This weekend,
Hello, everyone,
we've
and
done in the
welcome to the
past.
2022
Hopefully, you
Scrabble
guys are
Players
making
Championship
new
start of Day 3,
friendships.
which is round 15 out
How
of
many people
31.
in this room
I'm
Can you
Morris
back?
Greenberg, and
have
I'm
their
here with
husband,
Jared Capel.
their wife,
How are you doing,
Okay,
or
I'm
a
Jared?
in.
significant
Thank you
other
so much for having me. It's an
together?
honor to be
Raise your
here.
hand
I'd
if you
love to be
have.
playing in this tournament, but the next best thing
This
is
part
to
of the
be
room, not so
commentating,
much. Other part, yes.
especially when we have great matchups like we're going to see today.
I met someone who
Yeah,
I've
so
been
today
married
we're
to
actually
for
starting
32
with
years
I'm
now
Clay
through
already.
Daniel and
Scrabble.
Joe Edley.
So it's benefit to
Joe,
me,
as
that's
we
for sure.
mentioned in earlier parts of the
So
broadcast,
when
is one of the
NASPA was
two
formed
players
back
in
in
D1 who has
2008,
won a previous
2009,
Nationals,
I suggested we
and
needed
specifically not only one
some type of
Nationals for
motto
Joe. Joe has won three
so we can
separate
separate
times, I think in
ourselves
three
because
separate
the old
decades
NSA
also,
didn't have
in the
one. And I said,
1980s, the
something like
1990s, and I think his
making
most
work
recent was
build
2000 or
friendships. And they said,
2001.
that's
If
it.
you've read the
So we
book
stuck
Word
ever
Freak,
since. So I hope you guys are
his
having a great time today.
last of
We're
those
going to go over
three
some
was
of the
covered there.
standings.
So if you haven't read that book,
Looking
awesome
across
book
the
if you like this
leaderboards,
tournament Scrabble scene and following those
Robin
narratives.
Pollock
It's
Daniel,
kind of, I think, how a
aka
lot of people
the
got intrigued
Mavers
by the community
RPD.
and
He's
scene
on
in
a
our NASPA.
six-game winning
Uh,
streak,
Jared, have you ever played Joe before?
and if he
Yeah,
can
I played him
succeed in
recently in the
winning,
World Cup in
we
Chicago,
are
and he
the
did get the
second
better
one
of
to
me.
ever win the
I
Nationals.
opened
So
up two lanes at the end, hoping to hit my bingo, but I didn't quite get it to work. Joe is such a great player, and even though he hasn't won one of these national tournaments in about 15 or 20 years, he continues to be on top of his game. Really recently, in a tournament in New Mexico, he finished in second place to Jackson Smiley, losing by only 20 spread points. So he continues to be a player to watch. And
Yeah,
opposing Joe, we have the always enjoyable Clay Daniel. And earlier in the stream, Morris, you got to see Clay's son play. How did that go?
yeah. So Clay and Knox are both actually fairly close to Baltimore. They're in Charlottesville, Virginia, so only a few hours drive away. Uh, Knox is a really, really strong player, and I saw Knox for the first time, and I think I met Clay for the first time at the school Scrabble championship in 2017, when I was coaching two twin brothers who aren't playing anymore, but loved the game at the time. Knox played exceptionally well. I expect him to be in D1 soon. And really, I think Jared and I were talking a bit before the stream. We were trying to think of Scrabble parent child combos. Clay and Knox Daniel might be close to the highest rated. Another pair, Chloe Fatsis and Stefan Fatsis, are close to them. But in the chat, if you can think of other parent child combos in the Scrabble community, we'd love to hear them. Those were the two we thought of right away.
And we're going to get to hear Chloe do some commentary later today, which is always a treat. She's emerged as an expert level player playing in Division A, and she was also in that same New Mexico tournament. 2 rounds left, she was in first place. So definitely a player on the rise. And Clay himself is a very good player. I've played him many times online, and you always just wait for him to take that next step. And he's off to a great start with 9 wins early in this tournament.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Morris.
yeah, I think he's someone who, from my understanding, is very good at situational play. I think he even has a negative spread this tournament, but is 9-5. That some people think, oh, that's just luck. I often find when people can do that, get a ton of wins,
Right.
even with a negative spread, that they're very situationally aware and can understand. Uh, I can sacrifice some spread here if it gives me 5% more chance of winning. And
Exactly. We always want to put the winning percentage first over our spread as long as we still think we have a chance to win. And you can't count Clay out of any game. He's just a very consistent player. He's got good word knowledge, good strategy, and you really don't see any weaknesses in his game. So I think we're really in line for a great matchup here for the first game of today, which is game 15 of 31 at the Scrabble Player Championship presented by Scrabble Go.
yeah, and if you are interested in getting involved in the tournament scene, after you've been seeing all these cool games, I just put a link in the Twitch chat to go to scrabbleplayers.org/info. That will give you so much more information on tournaments. As Jared mentioned a bit ago, we have tournaments all over in places such as New Mexico, was a tournament Joe recently played in. The Word Cup, which Jared also mentioned, it was in Chicago this year. This is in Baltimore. We're all over the map in the U.S. and Canada. So definitely look up tournaments there.
And going back to some of the parent-child combinations, another name we thought of was Zach and Ben Ansell. And last year's winner of this event, or not last year, but the last time we had it before COVID, Alex Seaholm won the event, and his father, Chris, runs tournaments on the West Coast there. So there are lots of good parents and and children, and there's future generations to come. As we see some Scrabble couples have children like Cesar and Mina, maybe we'll see their child on board one in a tournament sometime soon.
Yeah, and shout out to John O'Laughlin, Cecilia Lay as well, who have a young kid as well. I will also shout out to my mom, since she, I think, is an 800 or 900 rated player. Hi, Mom, if you're watching. I got involved in Scrabble from being a stubborn second grader and wanting to beat my mom. It took me a while to get there, but now I can say I can beat her at least 50% of the time. Questions on how much more, you can guess that in chat.
To answer Zev's question in the chat, after 28 games, there will be a best of 5 playoffs to determine the winner. So the top 2 finishers after 28 games in each of the divisions will get to, or is it just in Division A, Morris?
Yeah, so I actually am not sure of all the other divisions. I know that the format is for the first 4 days, it's 7 games a day, as we've been seeing for the past 2 days. That format will continue today and tomorrow. And then on day 5, as Jared was saying, at least in Division 1, there will be a best of 5 finals. We'll only be broadcasting those games, and that will start an hour later than the start times here. So it'll start at 10 a.m. Instead of 9 a.m., and we'll fill in some of the details tomorrow afternoon to remind y'all about when to tune in, what the format will be, all that. But really, it actually changes. It can change things a lot because we haven't seen it yet. There are a few 11-3s. Joe is 10-4. Clay is 9-5, and there are a few other 10-4s and 9-5s. But if today and tomorrow someone just goes on like a 14-0 streak or a 13-1 streak, normally that would mean they'd lock up the tournament, or as Scrabble players like to say, are Gibsonized. Named after former champion David Gibson, who won tournaments well before the final round just by winning so many more games than everyone else. But in this format, no one can really be Gibsonized most of the time because the top 2 people in the standings, no matter what, will play in a final. So it's unlikely we'll see 2 people run away with the field. It's much more common to see 1 player and only 1 player do that. And that will allow for us, even if there's 1 player who does lock up the first spot in the finals, the second spot will likely still be competitive.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the action is tense right now. And looking at the standings, we have Robin Pollock-Daniel, who we saw twice on stream already, in first place at 11-3, and Joey Krafchick also at 11-3, just behind her in spread. Michael Fagan is in third place. We saw him play well on stream. And Joe Edley, who we're going to see in game number 1, is sitting in 4th. But as Morris said, people can go on a streak, so I wouldn't count anyone out. In the recent World Cup I played in Chicago, Sid Morale had fell back pretty far in the field and then went on a huge streak late in the tournament to finish second place and take home that big $5,000 prize. So looking at the standings, when you see some of the favorites like Will and Jackson at 8 and 6, Josh Sokol, Seth Lipkin, a few others like that, and even people at 7 and 7 like Ian Weinstein, Sid Morale, who I just mentioned, and some people below the 500 mark like Lisa Odom, Kenji Matsumoto, Kevin Fraley, Joey Malik. There's a lot of players who might not be in contention at the moment, but a lot can change very quickly in Scrabble.
Yeah, and I think one thing to keep in mind is, like, as Jared was mentioning in his tournament recently, where he started off at the top of the division and eventually had a losing streak that put him back a few spots. It's really, really grueling to play at the top board over and over again because, on average, you're not going to have an easy matchup ever. People at the top of the standings, yeah, there could be a fluky person or two that could get a bit lucky over a small sample and win a few more games than you'd expect. But if you're always playing at the top board, I mean, especially on stream where
Yeah.
you might be overcritical of yourself, you might be there's extra stress involved there in general. It's like taking a test broadcast. Uh, it just is exhausting. And a full 31 game tournament alone is like running a marathon. It's really like running two marathons if you're
Right.
always playing at the top board.
There's really no easy game there, and if you're sitting at Division One, people are coming for you. Sitting at Table One, excuse me, because they want to be at Table One themselves, and so there's really no easy game. And in this entire field, there's no easy game. I was just listing some of the legends of the game who are below 500, so you can't take anyone for granted in this field. And with everyone having such a high rating, we've really brought the best of the best to Baltimore. People have come from all across the continent to compete here, and uh, in order to make Division One, you really have to have a high rating.
Yeah, and it is interesting. Like, someone was asking me at some point, like if you compare the tournament Scrabble community to the tournament chess community, there are a lot more people who play tournament chess. But at the high end, like Nigel Richards is probably equivalent in talent still to Magnus Carlsen, uh,
Hmm.
who's the top chess player in the world. They make similarly few mistakes, and they're the very top players in Scrabble look really close to the very top players in chess, which tells you that uh, in a small Division One like this, where there are less than 50 people, and the tail end of our Scrabble community is as good as a chess community that's even larger. Uh, it really means it's all concentrated. There's so much talent, and every game is going to be a tough matchup, especially at the top boards, where when you have 2 years off to COVID, maybe someone hasn't studied as much, maybe someone's rustier. Those people will likely shift down to the bottom of the division a bit. At these top boards, it's a grueling 31 games.
Yeah, you talk about how some people might have gotten rusty in COVID, but there's also the opposite effect where some people use that time to study. It can be hard when you're working a full-time job, maybe you have kids, other responsibilities, but COVID really provided a lull that gave players, including myself, a time to study because there's so many words you have to learn if you want to compete at the top level. And looking back to the standings, I had mentioned the top four players, but in fifth place right now, we have Eric Goldstein, who beat none other than tournament favorite Will Anderson in round one. And Eric's coming off a 10-year hiatus from not having played tournaments, but I've seen him a lot online, and I warned people in the chat, game one, watch out for Eric. And so far, he's really put on a good show.
Yeah, and so Jared just mentioned Woogles. Woogles is an independent project started by Cesar, who you've seen in the chat as 14 Domino, and some other Scrabble players who are all really good at both Scrabble and programming, which is a great combo to create a Scrabble playing site. And so they've done an excellent job. And also recently, since we are getting this live stream from Scrabble Go in the past 2 or 3 months has created their own web portal. So there are now these great website options to play Scrabble. I think you said specifically you've played Clay on Woogles before, right?
Yeah, that's where I play Clay. You can also play on Scrabble Go, which you can get to from any of the apps, uh, whether you're on your tablet, for example, or on your phone. If you want to play on your desktop, a good place to play is playscrabble.com, which is the new website run by Scrabble Go that's now online. And I just put the link in the chat, uh, so you can read that there if you're following us here on Twitch.
Yeah, and so we'll also post some other links in the chat. There have been shout out to the social media team. I'm going to post a pics link to all of the Instagram pictures that people have been taking or that NASPA Scrabble has been taking in the tournament. If you've been to past nationals and miss that feeling of playing with everyone. Hopefully, some of those pictures can give you that sentimental feeling of playing at a
Absolutely.
nationals.
And good news, Morris. I see Clay drawing his tiles, which means we're
Yes.
about to begin game one.
Yeah, let's have a good set of 7 games today. As Clay puts an I and a K down right away. I know a big story we were looking at yesterday is the Q always seemed to be on the first rack.
Yeah.
This day, Clay has avoided that for now. So uh, right away, I mean, he has 2 eyes, no other vowels. Normally, when you have 2 eyes, you might be looking for a play like Tiki, Tiki, but you might want to keep one here and just play a few of your tiles like
Okay, he
Clay's
played
doing
short
here.
here, short being playing only 3 letters, playing Kip, leaving Bingo sort of prone tiles. I think Prink was the obvious choice. He did have it set up on his rack at one point, so he did see it. And when you can play 5 tiles there, you can hit the multiplier, the double letter score. So if it were me, I probably would have played Prink, but I think Clay has shown here that he wants to go for a bingo early in this game.
Yeah, Prink definitely scores a bit more. I actually missed that on my first glance, so maybe Clay did too. But I think both options are solid. This will make the S a very nice tile, though likely, unless Joe underlaps both the K and the P. If he only underlaps one of them, or overlaps one of them for that matter, there will be an S lane either making skip or kips, no matter what. So this right away could allow for an easy spot for the S.
Definitely. What Morris is talking about there are hooks, and hooks are individual letters you can put before or after a word in order to go in a different direction. So an S before kip would form the word skip, or an S after would form the word kips. Looking over to Joe's rack, he has a nice balance with 3 vowels, 3 consonants, and the Y that falls somewhere in between, but he doesn't have a clear play, so he might take some time here.
Yeah. I mean, something like Bonnie seems decent. Also, by Nate, if you want to blow up the rack completely, those both underlap Kip using some of those handy 2 letter words that Scrabble players love to use. By Nate actually fits in 2 different spots. You can put the I below the K or the A below the K, because both KI and KA are valid.
I think he might play a bit shorter, like we had said, trying to hang on to some bingo tiles because he does have nice bingo tiles. And when we talk about bingo tiles, we're thinking about letters sort of like in the word retinas, Retinas. You can also think of letters like an L or a C or a D, O. Um, a lot of those letters will come up in longer words, so players like to hang on to them to hit the bingos, which will give them a 50-point bonus. But at the same time, you want to score. So I could definitely see him playing off at least one of the heavier tiles, the B or the Y here. And he has grab tiles, so it looks like he's prepared to make a play.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going with Bite over
Right,
Bonnie.
okay.
Yeah, Bite does give back more back hooks. It does take an
Yeah.
R, for
It
instance.
also sets up his Y, though, beneath the B. Um,
Yes.
so beneath the B, there's that very juicy dark blue square, which is a triple letter score. And his Y would fit there nicely, forming the word buy. And if he could go in either direction there, he'll be able to multiply the Y, which is already worth 4 points, by 6, by 3 for one direction and by 3 the other direction. So I like his thought there to set up his highest scoring tile.
Yeah, and one other thing there, and Joe is really good at this actually. The E is normally a better tile than the A. There's a reason why there are 12 E's in the Scrabble bag, which that's the highest frequency letter. It's that it goes with so many things and so common in the English language. But Joe, I think, correctly deduced that with a Y specifically, the A pairs really nicely.
Yeah.
There are a lot of great short words with A's and Y's, and I think there are fewer words with E's and Y's actually. So it's a weird anomaly where normally you'd prefer to keep the A over the E and play Bonnie, uh, but I think with a Y on your rack specifically that you're keeping,
And if you're
and
keeping
it,
AY, that N really pairs with those letters nicely. They have nice synergy, a term we'll for sure talk about throughout the day. As we see Clay make his play, he had unit plus RAN on his rack, and he's going to play unit. One thing to note about that word is it does take a front hook of a C, which could come into play. Not that either player has it yet.
Yeah, and so that does also successfully block the Y setup that Joe had for underneath the B. So it will be tougher for him to immediately get rid of the Y, which uh, the Y is an interesting tile in Scrabble. I feel like I very much have a love-hate relationship with it. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
it acts like a vowel sometimes, which is great if you have a lot of consonants, and it scores 4 points instead of 1 point like a lot of other vowels. Uh, but it does slow you down if you're trying to bingo, just because uh, if you're trying, often players like to have roughly the same amount of consonants and vowels on the rack. The Y is just sort of an awkward tile, as you can sort of see here. A, E, and T really good for bingos. If the Y is your third consonant, it makes it really hard to bingo all of a sudden.
It
So
does, and it's also the hardest tile to sort of anagram with. It comes up in weird sort of letter patterns that we don't normally see with the other letters. And looking at Clay's rack, jumping ahead one turn, he would be bingoing if not for that Y probably next turn. As Joe will dump his Y, but in order to do so, he had to leave two A's, which is definitely not ideal. In Scrabble, we don't like duplicates, and we also don't like leaving two vowels if we can avoid it. But when the play scores 35 points, as Joe did, making 4 underlaps, including kite, um, sometimes that's what you definitely have to do.
yeah, and if we're looking at these plays, I mean, every one of them is a horizontal play, making
Right.
multiple hooks right now, or multiple like underlaps, and
We often
uh,
call that a staircase in Scrabble as it sort of
yeah.
goes down in a staircase, but a Division A staircase will have these longer horizontal words than maybe you'll see at the lower divisions. So this is a pretty nice staircase, but at any point the board can be thrown open. You have to think Clay here wants to dump the Y and probably one other vowel just to score a few more points. So AY or YA is probably what I think we're going to see him play.
Yeah, and I think so. AY plays below the P and the E from kip and bite, making P like the vegetable as well. And YA would go under the U from unit and the T from Tony, making Utah, one of those handy three-letter words. But he's actually going a bit longer and playing Yer. It scores 13 more points than Ya there, so it makes a lot of sense. And yeah, another thing to keep in mind here is this board is starting to be really awkward.
Yeah.
When you have so many underlaps and this staircase kind of board, even a D1 one where you have these longer staircases, it can start to be really awkward. And once you start sacrificing point. Normally, it's okay to sacrifice some points to keep a stronger lead. As I've said before, you often like to think in a three-turn sequence. You like to think how many points you score this turn, how many points you're giving up to your opponent next turn, and how many points you can score the turn after that with the letters you keep. But on a board like this, the third of those three becomes a lot less important because
Right.
immediate scoring has to be prioritized when you can't do later scoring.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see Clay keep the RE there just because rinse as a leave, the 5 tiles he would have left after YA are so close to a bingo. With a lot of 2 tile draws, he'd be looking at that 50-point bonus on the next turn. As you can see now, he drew an extra vowel than he would have liked, and now he might not be in the position to bingo for another turn or two. Looking at Joe, he's got a case of vowelitis, tripling the A's along with an E and an O, and that can happen when you leave two A's. So he's going to have to look for a way to dump some of these vowels.
Yeah, so and the chat is also pointing out that not only is the Kips hook still available, as we mentioned, could
Oh, the
happen,
Skite hook.
the Skite hook is also available. So an S is going to be really valuable just because it's not going to off. I mean, you could make a play directly above the I and the P in Kip to make another staircasey kind of move, as Joe doesn't play yodel, but instead goes for something like a lay, getting rid of 3 of his vowels, which I think is meritable here. But the S will likely be a key tile in this game.
Yeah, if he had played Yodel, he would have kept 3 A's. Triple A is maybe nice if you're in car trouble, but it's not so nice over a game of Scrabble. But one of the risks of the play Joe made is he slotted the E below a double letter score so a player could make a play going horizontally. But also, if they play um, vertically, you can hit 2 double word scores there, and your play would be worth ×4. And a lot of words do end in E. But when you have such heavy vowels, you have to make plays that you're not going to be happy with all aspects of it. So I like Joe's decision there.
Yeah, and this will give Clay another staircasey kind of move of
Yeah.
Oidia, one of the handy 4 vowel 5 letter words, Oidia, making low, AI, and ED directly below the last 3 letters of Alay. He actually doesn't see that, or he chose instead to do a more bingo friendly play of OI. It might be that he thinks that Joe is keeping good enough letters as his last 3 there that he wants to block the spot. It's definitely reasonable. This is more like the Ya play Jared wanted to do in Clay's last turn, where it scores fewer points, but it keeps such a strong lead.
Yeah, DAINS played nicely on this board with the importance of the S, and we can see that Clay drew very nicely with ET, so he's looking quite prone to bingo on the next turn. Whereas Joe has a couple duplicates, duplicated D and duplicated R. And Morris, can you tell our viewers why Scrabble players tend not to like duplicates?
Yeah, there's just, if you think of words with 2 D's in them or 2 R's in them, it's not as common as words with 1 D or 1 R. So that's thing one. And thing two is that uh, if you want as many possibilities as possible, having 2 of 1 letter limits the total number of words you can make to just 6 letters. It's kind of like if you play Settlers of Catan, you only put its settlements on a specific resource. Right? If you only put your settlements on bricks or only on sheep, you're not going to have resources everywhere else. So I feel like it can work sometimes, but it's riskier just because there are fewer words you can select from if you keep 2 of the same letter.
So, to no surprise, Joe gets rid of both his duplicated letters, playing Dorm, forming 3 overlaps, and continuing to form a very clogged sort of board, looking almost more like a crossword puzzle than a Scrabble board. And Clay's going to waste no time getting the first bingo of the game. Disdain making several overlaps, including that skite word that chat had found. This is going to score a lot of points. I believe it's his highest scoring bingo, although it does slot the I beneath a triple letter score. So if Joe were to have the Q or the X, Clay could get hit quite hard here.
Yeah, sorry, Alex Dings. I see he was saying, don't hate on my Catan strategy. I'll play you anytime based on that strategy, Alex. But one crazy thing is, there has not been a single vertical play yet. Every single play has been horizontal in this game. This is one of the craziest
you don't see that
boards.
a lot, unless you're playing one of those variants where you can only play horizontal words. I've played it where one player can only play horizontally and the other player can only play vertically. If you're Joe here, you're going to see if there's a way to get over to the triple word score, perhaps putting a letter beneath the D of disdain or the N of disdain and going horizontally again, because on this board, it seems like the only thing you really want to be doing. I see you could extend YA down to the triple forming Yard. Is that a word? YAIRD, or am I making up words on stream?
Yard is definitely a word. I kind of want to keep going horizontal, though. I kind of like oaf above the D and D disdain.
Multiplying the F. That looks great. And it stops plays from going horizontally to the right because you can't hook a letter before FE. And oaf would leave a very nice leave of raid, RAID. 2 consonants, 2 vowels, nice balance.
Another engine suggestion is afraid in the same spot. I think that's a bit too risky for my blood. That would make id and de as well. that would blow open the board though, and I think I'd go with the safer oath over
That
afraid, but
would
it does
hang
score 2.
the A into the triple lane, and Clay will have 7 random tiles having just bingoed, which means that Joe has no inference onto Clay's rack. But he does have oath set up, and it definitely looks like the best play.
Yeah, to continue the horizontal play strategy. And this sort of horizontal play, I mean, it will have weird effects as I think as the game keeps developing. What's likely to happen in these sorts of situations is the part of the board where there's all these overlaps will basically be exhausted at some point. But what
Right.
could happen is because it's extending right maybe one column at a time, likely the last 2 columns on either side will stay open as we see they are right now, right? No tile's been placed in the first 2 columns or the last 2 columns. And so someone could maybe towards the end of the game try to open up a completely new bingo lane just because there's going to be no space occupied there.
Yeah, the middle of the board is already quite exhausted, but I agree around the perimeter we're going to start to see things open up as Joe plays longer than we expected, keeping 2 vowels again. It didn't work out for him the first time, and it's also a bit dangerous, the lane he's created above add and above DE, because you can if Clay were to have an O, there could be a lot of points potentially making another horizontal play. But looking at Clay's rack, he doesn't have an O. Instead, he has a lot of high scoring tiles like the Q and the Z, and he also has the first blank of the game. What he doesn't have, though, is any vowels. So he's just going to drop the Q for 31 points, which I think is without a doubt the best play. And he's going to hope to get a vowel on the next turn in order to pair with some of those clunkier high scoring tiles.
Would you have played the S there also for QIS for 11 more, or no?
No, I would have just dropped well, actually, yes, I would have dropped the S for sure because he didn't have vowels. So
Yeah.
in that situation, it would have given him another tile he could have drawn. And so I definitely would have dropped the S.
Yeah, as Joe is continuing. So I guess that is technically the first vertical play we've seen QI, although it's sort of a cheap one because he put as many letters vertically as horizontally.
Right.
But Joe is going to continue playing horizontally with Amino here, keeping EI.
Good job by Joe, doubling the M, his highest scoring tile, and then tripling the whole play.
Yes.
So 2 science words played there, Farad being a unit, I believe, a sort of electrical energy type word. Morris might know better than me, and then amino like an amino acid. If you're not familiar with any of these words, send us a note in the chat. We'll try and define them for you. If you're intimidated by some of these weirder words, I urge you to remember that these are some of the top players from across North America, and it's the highest division. In the lower divisions, you'll see a lot more common words, and the more you play, the more you'll learn.
Yeah, and so the chat has found an incredible play, and we'll see if Clay finds it. He might just because of how clunky the letters he has are, and it's literally the only word with a V, Z, S, and L. The word is Vizslas, burning a blank as an A through the I in amino. Vizslas is spelled Vizslas. That would be
Just
75
a beautiful
points.
find, a beautiful dog as well. And the hardest part of that word is knowing to spell it that the Z comes before the S. Oh, and he played the V, and I got excited for a second, but VIS makes sense too, dropping 2 consonants and hoping to pair some vowels with a very promising rack. Joe's going to waste no time.
43.
And he'll play Vex
96,
and get all the points from his X and leave AGIL. Another horizontal play. Joe still has not made a vertical play. And an O is going to be a big tile, as I mentioned, because of that DE line. The S is less valuable as it was before, because the words you could have hooked an S onto, like dorm or disdain or kite, have all been exhausted.
Yeah, and I wonder if he burns a blank here to make a Zax play like Zag.
Yeah, and he has it set up, and he has to. When you have 2 blanks, It's a good choice to take one turn to score as many as you can, and then you can save the blank for the second turn and hope to get a bingo down. When you're talking about 3-turn sequences, playing Zag here above Zach's, it scores really nice, and leaving CLS blank would definitely uh, set him up for a lot of bingos going forward.
Yeah, and so he's plopping down Zag now. It's a lot of points. I think 54, you got to take it. And it gives him a really nice cushion here as the board is getting pretty exhausted. As we said, when you have this many overlaps, I mean, now EGAD is a word. So
Yeah, and I think je, the French word for game, is going to come above that, again horizontally, forming jar egad. It'll score nicely. It's the best play I see from a first look, and I see Joe set it up now in his rack. But the U makes it hard to go forward from there because before a U, you can only put an M, an N, or an X. So those are pretty tough letters to start words with, except for perhaps the M, although both M's have been played looking at the board.
yeah. So the one decision point there to consider is Jaguar through the A and the R with the blank A that
Oh,
Clay
interesting.
designated. Just because it is a close game, but Clay's up by 11 and has tempo, or basically first mover advantage here. And if he's burning the blank, Joe should assume that Clay has the other blank there. And I just wonder, Jad will put him in a really tough position to claw back given how close this board is. If you assume Clay is going to now play a bingo through the O and Amino, it will be.
Yeah, what's his plan after that? He'll be in a lot of trouble. It does feel risky putting the J in the triple lane if you were to play Jaguar, but you can't always make a 5-letter J play, so it's perhaps not as dangerous as human players might think. But
Especially if
I
Clay
also
has a
don't think,
blank, keep in mind.
yeah. I think you think he probably has a blank, but Zag did score, what did you say, 55?
54, yeah.
So he 54. So he doesn't have a blank every time. The other thing he could have there is all consonants. So what we're trying to do here is make inferences. This is what the players will be doing on what their opponents might have based on their previous plays. So by burning the blank for an A, it's possible what he was leaving was not the other blank, but just 4 consonants, and he decided to take 54 points. So I think Joe could have thought that Clay had one or the other, but probably slightly more likely than not, he did have the blank.
Yeah, and so the chat finds the one bingo available to Clay of Choosily. That would be through the O in Amino with a blank Y. As we said earlier in this game, the Y is a really tough tile to anagram with, just because I feel like there are so many words you think could end ly and aren't actually words, and so
Right.
then you doubt whether the real words like choosily can be an adverb form for choosy.
And I missed the word choosily in a recent tournament, as my opponent Rafi Stern pointed out after the game. I did find a bingo that turn, but choosily would have scored more, and it is one of those funny sort of letter patterns that can be tough for even expert level players to find. Clay will take time here. He still has well over 15 minutes on the clock, up 5 minutes over Joe, so there's no rush. And with so few lanes on the board from the V, but the V is tough to start words with, he'll definitely be looking through this O, and he should really take a few minutes here. A lot of tiles have been played. There's a lot of time to go. And even if he's seen Choosely, he might still look for a bingo that he decides maybe scores more or does something with the board that he prefers.
Yeah, I mean China off of I said that kind of like Donald Trump, didn't I? China. He off of the Q
Yeah.
make through the NA and the N in disdain, the A in amino, making QI as well. That would be 31 points, keeping LOS blank. On this, the C is also a great tile to bingo through with those 3 letters you'd keep. So if he doesn't find Choosily, I think that's a really great option and might be better than bingoing in some scenarios.
China would put him in great position, and he should feel very comfortable having the last blank if he were to play it. But he would be scared that Joe would be able to get a bingo through one of those lanes. If he can find Choosily on this board, because it's so exhausted, I would love to see the bingo come down if he is able to find it. But he's not, or at least he's made the decision to play China, and I think that still keeps him in a very commanding position here, especially when we look over to Joe's rack, and he is back to those duplicates. He's got duplicate I's and L's. Close to a word like Abigail, not quite. Not that it
Yeah.
would play. I think he's going to have to play down from the V, probably Vigil.
Yeah, very nice find. It does everything you want here, although those are the last two eyes in the game, I believe. So there are no more eyes left. I mean, the eye isn't that important of a tile, but this is going to be a weird end game in some ways because there are no eyes left. There's only one A left. So a lot of words.
A lot of E's, a lot
Yeah,
of O's.
Yeah, a lot of E's and O's. So it'll be very specific words. You need to filter to that part of the dictionary.
And maybe Vigil could get extended. Vigilance is the one that I'm thinking of.
Vigilante also?
Vigilante, yeah, that would be nice too. But before we see a play like that, what we are going to see is Clay get the second bingo of the game down. Perhaps I'm being a bit forward here, but with the C in the middle as well as the O, there's definitely options available.
Yeah, so we'll let the chat find some of them. There's exactly one through the C, given that the C has to be in the fourth position. If you notice, only 8-letter words can fit with C in the fourth position there.
And there are some common words that perhaps people who haven't studied words can be able to solve. Let me put the alphagram into chat to give people a chance. Although before I do that, I see that aerosols has been suggested, so I won't put that alphagram in. But there are definitely multiple bingos through the O, and like Morris said, just the one through the C. Again, Clay still has 13 minutes, so he shouldn't feel rushed. He has time. Right now, he's put his tiles in alphabetical order with the blank in the middle.
Yeah.
And he continues to move the blank as he tries to think of different letter patterns.
Yeah, and so the chat has found the lovely seafloor as well through the O. That's a very nice word. I've always liked it.
Oh, that is a fun word. And that's suggested by Luckbox Lind, who came off a huge performance in Chicago, dominating Division II and winning, I believe, a couple $1,000s for his efforts. So welcome to the chat.
Yeah, and after this bingo, one tile that's going to be really key now that all the power tiles are out is the F. Actually, well, Vigil, I forgot there's a Y there. I was going to say, but the one hot spot left on the board, or basically spot that's a triple letter score or a triple word score, is next to the I in Vigil. I think F is the only high scoring tile that can fit there still. So
yeah,
in
after
a game
I,
like
the
this,
only high scoring player tile ever is really an F. I guess a D would be also, but it's only worth 2. So, but because the Y is blocking there, it's really not that big of a spot.
Yeah.
What Joe has to be thinking is ways to sort of keep things open and give himself different lanes he can eventually hit. He's getting closer to a bingo when we look over at his rack, almost like a word like renewable, although that would be a bit longer than we normally see played in Scrabble. Clay is continuing to look. He still has a minute over Joe on time.
Yeah, and so
go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, to Jared's point about he'll need to open, I was saying earlier in the game that I could see the two leftmost and rightmost columns being the spots where people will try to open bingos. After Clay gets done a bingo here, it might be the first 2 and last 2 rows instead. I
think Joe's going to have to look to open at the bottom of the board, because if Clay misses par close, which is definitely difficult to find considering the C can only be in the middle of the word, and if he bingos through that O and doesn't hang a tile too low to allow for a new lane, the easiest way to open the board would either be to hook jar to a jar, but even that doesn't open towards the right, it only opens towards the left. So you're probably going to have to play something with beneath YA, and he'll likely be dropping his W there.
Yeah, so yaw can extend to yawn, and I think y'all as well should be good. YA WL,
Yeah,
I forget. Yeah.
y'all
That's right.
to cry, I believe, like a animal might make. So aerosols was one of the ones found in the chat. One of the more common words that were available there. It anagrams to roseolas, which also could have been played, perhaps a touch more defensively. No, I'm trying to look where the letters would be. That would have slotted an A where the bottom blank is, so that wouldn't be ideal. So this looks like a good decision by Clay as he takes a very commanding lead here. He's up just over a bingo. We like to think of leads in Scrabble based on bingos, and a bingo score is typically around 60, 70, even up to 80 points. And so that's about the lead he has, and Joe has his turn. He's going to
Yeah.
look for that square next to the O, that nice, juicy triple letter score where he can put his W or his B.
Yeah, so Web is an option, but he could go through and play Wayne, making Vaz, as in Vaz deferens, and Sel, SEL, is, I think, the highest scoring option there.
Okay. But it's
Both,
not also doing what he wants for the board.
right.
But I don't think he's going to really have a good play that does that. He might need to score points here and do what we call staying in range. He doesn't want to fall too far behind. If he were to take some little scoring plays just to try and keep the board open, even if he were to hit his bingo, it wouldn't be enough to catch up. So he might have to do what you suggest here. He's going to instead play web, leaving bingo tiles of LANE. But he's also going to have to find a way to open the board and able to capitalize on those bingo tiles.
Yeah, but I like this decision here. I mean, granted, the game is coming towards the end. We should throw up the the tiles left in the pool starting now would be a good thing to analyze. Got it. So we just got word from from the production staff that the tile pool isn't working. So I'll post that in the chat soon. But yeah, I think even with not a ton of tiles, you don't want to throw things open too soon if you don't have quite the right score differential, quite the right tiles. You want to time it perfectly if you're Joe in this situation. I think he hopefully can do that this coming turn. But
Right.
either way, if he missed it this coming turn, he would have missed it if he opened this coming turn. So.
What I think he's going to do this turn is what I had suggested earlier, is taking the points for vigilance as he's drawn into A and CE. So we'll see if Joe finds the extensions. Even top players can sometimes miss extensions because it's not necessarily what they typically look for. Whereas Clay here has all consonants, he's probably going to have to exchange. He wants to leave himself flexible so that if Joe opens up the board, he has tiles available to then block whatever opening play Joe makes. If he doesn't have any vowels, if something were to try to get opened, he would not have the flexibility to make a blocking play.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'm just thinking through the pool now. Someone said Clay might need to exchange here. Yeah, he might, but which he's doing now. But I am wondering if there was anything he could have done that was prescient. And oh my god, Joe is playing Vigilance. What a quick find.
Oh, Joe is too good of a player to miss that. And the nice thing about that is the C you can't overlap with a two-letter word. So that lane will stay open a lot more often than another sort of extension might. So that puts Joe suddenly back in this game, even though he hasn't been drawing well. Clay has gotten both blanks and that big Z play, but Clay does still have the lead. The score is now, no, Joe took the lead after that play.
Yeah, Joe is up 346 to 340. That was a huge find, and a lot of players won't notice that kind of play. Though
Yeah,
that is like
extensions
one
get
of the
missed
things.
a lot.
That is one of the things I think Joe is in like the top 5 percentile among experts in, seeing those kind of beautiful extensions. And
To stay as one of the top players for 4+ decades, you have to be finding plays that other players are missing. And you can see Clay wiping his thighs, maybe getting a touch nervous as he feels his lead slipping away, but his exchange worked out pretty well for him. He drew two vowels, the O and the E. He now has an S. And finishing up the rack, he has WHTT. So is watch, WOTCH, is that a word, I believe?
Watch, WOTCH. I always forget
No.
if it's a new word or Collins for some of these ones.
Is not. Excuse me. That was my first thought, but hopefully we won't see that come down. Next to Webb, he could turn ER into her, but I don't see how he would make a play going down to hit that spot. He's been thinking so long about how not to sort of open things, but now with the deficit, things have changed. Although you don't really like to look at it as a deficit because it is his turn. So being down 6 with his turn, the game is pretty much even. He set up sort of how, which he could play beneath a lay, forming YAH, LO, and AW. You really have to know those. Now he switched it to who, which would play just one slot to the left. You really have to know those 2 and 3 letter words because they come up so often on pretty much every turn.
Yeah.
And who is going to come down? That'll create a nice lane that we haven't seen on this board for some time beneath LO, which takes a lot of back hooks, but not the S.
Yeah, and so that will leave 3 in the bag. I'll post all 10 into the chat now.
So the players will also have this information because as the game goes, they're tracking the tiles that have been played. Hopefully they haven't made any mistakes with their tracking. And they'll be able to see, Joe will be able to see 10 tiles that haven't been played yet. He'll know that 7 are on Clay's rack and 3 are in the bag. One inference he can make is that Clay is probably leaving tiles that go well together, especially after just playing off 3.
Yeah, and so we actually are able to now feature the unseen tiles. If you can see that in the top left corner. So we know D and P are the tiles in the bag, but even if Joe doesn't think all 3 constants are in the bag, there are a lot of bingos available from Joe's perspective for Clay. And I think he has to do something to address that spot. Maybe he luckily has the L to go off of OI to make oil, so maybe he could do something short there to obstruct the 7 lane Clay created right beneath the L and the O from LA and who.
Yeah, he could. The risk is by playing words down, if Clay has that last S, which is definitely the key tile here, he could probably hook one of those words. If he could play a 3-letter word, then he could obstruct the lane pretty well, but it's not going to score a lot. And he does find himself down 20 right now. So a play like oil and lug is just not what he's going to want to do, especially because lug would take a back E for luge or an S for lugs. And so he's going to have to just take some points here on the left side of the board, playing of. You'd pointed out that spot as where the F might go, and several turns later it did find its home. And Clay is looking at a very nice rack.
Yeah, so there's 1 in the bag, though, and so Clay will want to first, before putting the bingo down, he looks like he's probably writing down the score and tracking right now. He'll want to make sure his bingo of Touters with Lot will not give up any... Or actually, is Yaz good? Can you pluralize YAH?
I don't like that.
Okay. I was going to say then Stouter could come down. But Lot could create a lane if Clay, if there was an S in the bag, for instance. Clay will
no
track
S in the bag. LOT can also take an I or an H at the back that I can think of, an A also, but those tiles aren't available. So once he finishes his tracking, the only other thing he'd be worried about would be a bingo from the E in Vigilance. But I think when he looks at the pool, he's going to realize that nothing is possible. And I think we're going to see Touters come down, and I think we're going to see Clay win this game.
Okay, your clock's still running.
Yeah, and the chat does point out that Joe Edley has Plunger, but the board is too clogged up, I guess, to play it.
We haven't seen Clay arrange Touters on the board. Those ERS words can be difficult to know for sure if they're good. A touter would just be one who touts something. The dictionary tends to accept these words, but sometimes it doesn't. So if Clay were to pass up on Touters, Plunger could come and steal the game for Joe. So it's definitely not over yet.
Yeah, and outsert is also a word, I believe, which would also play, making glue, LOO.
It does. That would be a bit more dangerous because there's more hooks after LOO, including like the P that is unseen and the N that's unseen. Loop and loon, words that we'll all know.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is going to be pretty pivotal, as it often is the case towards the end of a game. This feels especially pivotal because it feels like if Clay misses the bingo, then Joe could get a bingo. But
yeah,
it's a win-or-loss
situation. This is definitely as intense as it gets, and we always like to see people find their plays. So I think a lot of people are going to be rooting for Clay to find this. It's definitely within his range. He should know these words, but nothing wrong with taking time. And I think he's starting to set it up. And there it is. Joe, the tile in the bag is the D. So from Joe's perspective, he's trying to figure out what tile could be unseen that wouldn't lead to a bingo, because there's definitely a lot of possibilities with those 7, making 7 of those 8 tiles.
Yeah, the crazy thing right now is I think the D can only go in one spot on the board right now.
Next to D stuck?
No, because Touters will create more
D
spots. But I thought for a second a D stick could have been possible here. Oh no, God is also
God, Ed, and whatever's formed by Touter. So the D will be fine, and it's coming down, Touters. Joe's heart's gonna sink when he sees it. I don't think he can even desperation challenge it. He has to know this is good.
Yeah, and I do wonder if there was another tile in that bag that Clay was making sure he wouldn't stick himself with. Like the P, for instance, I think before that play wouldn't have, I guess per at the top with the ER from Webb and Aerosols would have still played. But yeah, it was...
yes, absolutely. I'm sorry.
It was Joe looks like he's talking right now. Does he not realize there's a tile in the back?
He might have put him on hold as possible.
Okay, got it.
Like I said, a desperation challenge is when you think the word is almost certainly good, but you know you're going to lose the game if it is indeed valid. So sometimes you have to cost yourself spread points and just challenge just in case Touters for some reason isn't in the dictionary.
Okay.
Don't
forget the clock.
And they are getting up, which means they're going to be walking over to that challenge computer, which has all the words loaded into it, and they will be checking Touters, and it is good, as we know, which means that Joe is going to lose his turn, Clay will drop the D somewhere, and our first game will come to an end.
Yeah, you can tell Joe is pretty sure of it by how he flipped his tiles. He's like, he flipped them incorrectly. He's like, yeah, whatever, I'm going to lose anyways.
But it was definitely what had to be done. I think I might have desperation challenged it too, just because you never know. So, and just for the audience who doesn't know what we mean when we say to stick someone with a tile, what can happen at the end of the game is if you get stuck with one of these clunky tiles, like a V, for example, sometimes you have nowhere to put it, and you have to keep passing your turn because it's your last tile, you have nowhere to play it, and the other opponent can take their time and put each tile down one by one and really score a lot of points, and perhaps that's a way for them to steal the game.
So Joe will pass here as a result of the challenge, and this game will now be over. But this was maybe my favorite game I've seen this tournament. It was just so... it was so interesting.
Beautifully.
Right
So-
there.
Very
Yep.
tense.
Okay,
We ended up getting 2 long
that's-
vertical words, but for a while it was just horizontal
much?
words in that middle sort of square of the board. We never saw the top really get opened at all.
71.
Yeah.
And then
Often you see the bottom right part of the board get opened in Scrabble because words are formed to the right.
375.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
So that's the easiest
Well,
quadrant.
yeah,
When we
you
say
have to go
quadrant,
out.
we're
Yeah.
talking about a quarter of the board. So there's the top right, the bottom right, the top left, the bottom left. And because words go down and to the right, we often see the bottom right get open the most of the 4 quadrants. So when you're thinking about
we're good.
controlling the board and
Yeah,
board
exactly.
shape and other terms you hear experts talk about, that's definitely something to keep in mind.
yeah, and so I see the players are now laying out the tiles. I didn't actually see Clay ever put down the D. Can we just make sure that Clay finished the
It's hard to
game
beat both blanks and all fours.
here?
I know.
Just
Oh,
because.
it's still in his
Going to,
hand,
we don't
and
do that.
it's going to end with God.
7 and out.
So
20.
I asked, please keep the room
Well,
quiet, take your conversations out.
yeah, but what an interesting game. I mean, Vigilance by Joe. What a great find, and he insta-found it. It wasn't like he was.
And as you know,
It wasn't like he was searching for a while. He just had that lined up, and I mean,
Yeah, I
I
was
wasn't trying to
about
draw
to
you.
yeah,
put you
just
on
what a
hold, but you
game.
picked so fast, and I was just
And
looking.
credit to
Yeah.
Joe,
And I also had to check
he
to see
didn't
whether
draw
I could
nearly as well as
figure
Clay. He
out.
didn't get either of the blanks, but he was in it right till the end. He was one tempo behind to get Plunger down before Clay got Touters down,
Wow.
and it could have very easily ended up differently. So Clay's going to go up to 10 wins here, which is going to put him very much in contention. And looking over to the scoreboard in Division 1, we see Joey Krafchick just beat Robin Daniel Pollock. So Joey is now
Yeah.
leading this event at 12-3 plus 904. And Robin is second at 11-4. And there's going to be a bunch of players at 10-5, including both players we just saw play, as well as Michael Fagan, the second seed Ori Swift, who's never to be counted out, and Barry Keith, who's having a great tournament at 10-5.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be an interesting fight in the next 13 games before we will have the finals in 2 days. In the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, but keep on watching. We have 6 more great games today.
Good game.
Yeah.
All right.
So 463 to 360,
Yes.
If it was a trash can, I would have missed.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 16 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship. I'm Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Jared Capel.
It is nice to be back, and for game 2 of today, we have Robin Pollock-Daniel and Jeremy Hall.
Let us know, ladies, when it is.
And it's nice to see Robin here, her being from Toronto, and I've lived in Toronto my whole life, and Morris is a recent transplant to Toronto, so we're definitely bringing you a lot of Canadian action here in the North American Scrabble Players Championship, presented by Scrabble Go.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to give the plug before for Scrabble Go. Yeah, Scrabble Go is sponsoring this stream. I'm actually going to put a little link in the chat of all the thank yous. So you can read all about Scrabble Go there. But yeah, Robin, Toronto player, as I said earlier, Americans, y'all have to step up. Canadians are dominating this tournament. Robin was first place going into today. She lost her first game, but still, Americans, Canadians have thrown down the gauntlet. You have to pick it up.
And Robin in particular played really well on stream. She is known for having perfect word knowledge, or perfect maybe is a touch strong, but near perfect. And she used that to her advantage, getting some phonies by people who didn't think that she was the type of player to phony and deferred to her reputation for this great word knowledge. Against one of the very favorites in the tournament, Jackson Smiley, also previously from Toronto, now in Montreal, she played the word declare, which is not good, and it makes sense as a word, and it's tough to know. We had spoke about how those ER endings can be difficult to know if they're good or not, and that really led to a big victory over Jackson.
Yeah, and I think that really does speak to Robin's assuredness of herself. I know when I play players above a certain rating, historically I've become more cautious, right? Jackson is a nearly 2100 rated player, one of the top 5 or so rated players in North America, and often that leads to more caution by a player. But Robin felt like she had the advantage still, which is super cool.
Yeah, and Jackson, I've seen him go through some of those quizzes on Aerolith, and he gets 100% with maybe one error, but it's a lot easier to unscramble words in a program like that instead of over a board 1 in a national tournament like this. And we're going to look now to Robin's first rack, as she'll be going first here, and she's drawn ADORTTU. What would you be thinking here, Morris?
Yeah, so the play that jumps out to me immediately is Doubt, D-O-U-T, just because A-R-T is such a synergistic leave of 3 tiles. The D and the U, and the second T especially, slow down the rest of these tiles a bit. But you're in a situation where you don't have high scoring point tiles, you're close-ish to bingos, but not quite there, so you just want to get rid of the few that are slowing you down, I think.
And she did have Doubt set up on her rack at one point. We'll see if she comes back to it. I agree with you. That is what I would be thinking to play.
Yeah, and I see the chat was checking synergistic. It is a real word. Don't worry, folks. I'm not making that up.
Okay, interesting. She doesn't have an S, but look where she plays it.
Yeah, so what Jared is referring to is Doubt can take an S at the end, and that would, the S lane that would create would be on double word scores instead of triple letter scores, which usually score more points overall. I think her reasoning probably is the U versus the O above and below the double letter scores, those light blue squares. There are fewer words, 2-letter words, with a U than an O. So I think she maybe was going for defense from that perspective instead of from the S's perspective.
Perhaps, but yesterday in one of her games, we saw her play the word wiener 1 square over to the right from where we'd expect it to. So maybe she just is missing where she's placing these tiles down.
Yeah, or maybe it's like the new Moneyball is to always make plays that end in column J or 2 columns away from the star.
It's good to keep your opponents on edge. Maybe she wanted Jeremy to think that she had an S, and in fact she doesn't. Although when we look at Jeremy's rack, He does have the first S of the game. There's no bingos available, and we can see that because of the computer program we have in the background here. So he's going to take some time to look for them, though, because he's got a very promising rack. He has 3 vowels, 4 consonants, exactly the ratio you want to see. He has no duplicates, which we also like. He has an S, all 1-point tiles, all tiles that look like a bingo. He might think of non-words like outleans or toluanes, things that sound like words but aren't quite. Oh, and he's putting down toluanes.
Yeah, wow. What a development. And we'll see if Robin challenges here. I mean, we saw her be okay with playing phonies. Was that because she was just hazy on her words, or was she that sure of
Well, she
things?
definitely has him on hold, and she is a great wordsmith, so I would be very surprised to see this stay on the board.
Yes.
Looks like Jeremy's drawing provisional tiles at least. If she has him on hold, after 15 seconds, he's allowed to take new tiles. It doesn't necessarily mean the play's been accepted, however.
Yeah, so we'll so she accepted, so that will be a nice score. We'll enter that in now.
So Robin getting a taste of her own medicine. She had got some phonies by 2 Canadians, Jackson and Michael, earlier in this event, and now Jeremy, after Morris pleaded for the American players to step up, he's going to get a phony by one of the very top wordsmiths in the entire world. And Robin is looking at a nice balanced rack. She also has the 3 vowels and 4 consonants, but the B and the P together make it a lot harder to find bingos. Not exactly the letter combo or synergy that we would like to see. What she's going to want to do is see if she can get the B or the P to one of those double letter scores, and then also go through the triple word score.
Yeah, it's a slight. I feel like her racks, and I guess Jeremy's rack too, if he doesn't play a phony, are all slightly awkward. They seem almost like the good stuff, but just far enough away that it doesn't make for an obvious play.
I think pro bits would be an option here. That
very nice find.
Yeah, but it does break up this nice rack, but I don't think she'd have a problem with that. She's down 52. It would score 42, so it would pretty much take out most of the deficit. And she is finding it. No surprise there.
Yeah, and so it is interesting that she just released Tallowings that quickly. We saw yesterday on stream Jackson Smiley, who, when he holds, he basically plans out what his response play would be, because he sees as a cost-benefit analysis of, okay, how sure am I if this is good or not? And what is the situational advantage or disadvantage from this word being on the board? And I think if you did that here, Robin would say, I am not sure enough of Tallowings, and Probit scores enough back. And Tallowings is a really low-scoring bingo. It only scored 62 points. That you're not going to take that risk if you see Probits. But she didn't do that step, right?
Yeah. Not only is she getting hit with 62 points, but there's that S in that lane that then Jeremy was going to get another crack at before she was. So it makes it very difficult to challenge. The other thing is, players who don't study words might not know, is that toluene is a word, Toluene. So when words sound similar, it can lead to a lot of confusion. It's a lot easier to know what is a word than to know what isn't a word. And that's because people will study words and they'll become familiar, but what isn't a word could be literally any string of letters. And especially when they sound similar, it leads to a lot of confusion, even from someone like Robin, who's been studying quite regularly for quite some time.
Yeah, and shout out to the chat. I'm a PhD stat student, so I see the discussion of why is Probit valid in Scrabble and not Logit. I totally agree. Dictionary committee, add Logit to the Scrabble dictionary. They both should be words. So
And I
Jeremy
see
looks
some
like
references to Nepo. I assume that's chess references here. Morris and I were both talking about how we play chess. There's a lot of overlaps between chess and Scrabble, especially since the pandemic when Twitch streaming became a lot more popular. So if you're here from the chess world, we definitely welcome you. As Jeremy's going to play Ionize, which takes a front hook of an L, Lionize, and back hooks of DRS. So there's a lot that Robin can do in response. She can also play through that Z. You see it slotted one square beneath the multiplier double word score.
Yeah, I think ionize seems pretty standard there. There are some front extensions. I know deionize is a word, for instance, but the back hooks of ionizer, ionized, ionizes, I think will be really key. Just because any hook with that, you'll add 15 points right away to your score, and it will be in a right if you can get a word something like wordy making ionized, that's going to be a ton of points. So my guess is that will be a key spot. And Robin makes a nice play of Azo. She had 5 vowels there. She gets rid of 2 of them and still scores 24. I think she's hitting all the right notes with that play.
And that's a nice leave, ACEET. That'll go nicely with the R of probits and the D of doubt. So when you're talking about a leave, it's not just the tiles you're leaving, but also how well they play with the tiles that are already on the board.
Yeah, and so Jeremy does have 2 different bingos here available to him as 8-letter words. And one of them is Aigrett, Aigrett. And it looks like that would look obstructed, but because of the A and the O that Robin placed. But if Jeremy already saw that, he will not be discouraged from seeing it. He would register that at is still a word, that play wouldn't be blocked. So, but it looks like he might not be seeing either that or a glitter through the L.
Yeah, they are high probability bingos, but they're not the easiest to see, especially on this board. A glitter barely fits with no extra tiles to play, and you noted how Aigrett is partially obstructed. He'd have to also form AT. So you do want to see him find it. He knows that it's a promising rack, so we expect him to take some time here. The other thing is, if he doesn't play one of the bingos, his other options aren't going to do much unless he plays it with Ionizer. So if he doesn't bingo, that would be my hunch as to what we'll see. But it would break up this very promising rack.
Yeah, well, one thing to monitor is Robin has Acculiate through the L as well.
I also saw Ecaudate. I think that's something
Nice.
to do with having a tail, because like the caudal, I'm not going to try to flex my science knowledge too much because I don't have that much of it, but I believe that has something to do with having a tail.
Yeah, so Ecaudate and Acculiate would both be blocked by a glitter specifically. So this will actually be a nice. This will be a relief to Robin if she doesn't even see Ecaudate. Oh no, Acculiate.
Acculiate just got blocked, but I'm very confident Robin's going to find Ecaudate here. And it's a good word because I'm pretty sure it doesn't take the hooks. I'm just going to check that.
Yeah, I think caudate is a word, right? And
yeah, and then you can put the front hooks of A and E in the back of DNS to caudate, but Ecaudate has no hooks.
Yeah.
Like, so it's not having a tail. The E is like, I believe, a Latin root, like you'll see in a lot of words that means, that sort of negates. I shouldn't be trying to talk about Latin because I don't really know it. And Robin hasn't found it yet. So I'm not sure if this is the pressure of playing on board 1. It doesn't mean she won't find it.
Yeah, if she doesn't find it, that changes a lot. I mean, Gert, if you're not going to find a bingo there, I think Jeremy showed a lot of situational awareness by playing Gert. It really doesn't open too much when a lot of things could have in that situation.
Right.
And Robin just plays EAU, and man,
that's a big point sacrifice. 53 points fewer, so That does hurt her winning chances for sure, especially as Jeremy is looking to play non-tax.
Well, he's missing, I think, the double double through the U there
Oh,
of
to
to
know, the
know to
French
know.
word. Wow, that would have been beautiful. He was
Yeah.
smart not to play non-taxed, as some players might have tried to the D in doubt. But non-tax is it a noun or is it an adjective? I think it's an adjective. No, it's probably a noun.
I think it's a noun. I
It's
could
a
be
noun,
wrong.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
but we definitely could have seen players tried non-taxed, because untaxed would for sure be a word. So that's a
Yeah.
big scoring by Jeremy, as he's over double Robin's score early in this game.
Yeah, so even though he's missed bingos on 2 consecutive turns, he's still scoring well. And keep in mind, he found a bingo that Quackle wouldn't have. Granted, it was phony,
Right.
but yeah, you
It
could
still
criticize
counts. If
him.
it doesn't get challenged, it's still a bingo.
Yeah, so you could
And
criticize, but
right.
he still made it up.
And Robin has a bingo here. And she already has it set up on her rack. So we're going to see it come down.
Yeah, would you play KC8 or KC8ed?
Yeah, it's definitely a consideration. I think KC8's going to score 2 more. So I would lean in that direction. But you have to remember her big deficit. Even after the bingo, she's going to be down about 30 and a turn. But KC8 forks the board because above ED, you're going to be able to go to the right. And the C is going to be in the triple lane no matter where you play it. So I would play KC8 and ED.
Yeah,
Probably below, yeah.
Yeah, so Robin is playing
Below is more defensive.
KC8 and DE. It's more defensive from the perspective of like 4 or 5 letter word type plays, but it actually allows for bingos ending in an S. If she placed it
That's
above
true.
and made ED, the S would be in the 7th row, so you could only put 6 letters above it.
But look at that. It still allows for freckles to fit, and Jeremy has no problem finding that common word, and his lead is going to continue to grow. That is 108 points. Having the F, C, and K all tripled, and then the 50-point bonus. So as Morris updates the score here, we're going to see it at 283 to 151. That is quite the lead, but unlike in the last game, there are lanes available, so it's definitely not over yet. But Robin won't be happy with her VVWY draw. When you're looking to play a bingo, you can maybe handle one of those clunky tiles, but having 4 of them is not going to work out well for her.
Yeah, wavy is the play you obviously look for here to try to get rid of 3 of those 4 at least. And it does play very nicely beneath the A, T, and E in KC8, making AW, TA, and DEV. So if she sees it, I expect that to be a pretty quick play.
Or maybe she'll try a phony and play DOUTY.
Oh, Dowdy. Right, Dowdier is
No.
that? No, okay.
So I think that would be a tough phony, because if someone played Dowdy against you, you would then think about Dowdier, and because that would be so high probability, Jeremy would be pretty likely to know it's not good. But we had Morris here thinking about it, so it's possible it could get by an expert level player.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I feel like I have not been up on my studying in the past.
Modest, our Mr. Greenberg here.
We'll say month, but by month, change that to year, change that to 2 years, fill in the blank, however you want.
And speaking of blanks, that will make for a nice segue, as I'm looking over to Jeremy's rack, and he has drawn a blank to go along with Q and J, DIPT. So he's not going to bingo on his next turn. Those letters don't go together nicely, but he is poised to keep control of his leave. And the J goes nicely above the O in probits if he wanted to just drop for 1 tile. But first it's Robin's turn, as she picks up wavy, as we expected.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he's going to play Kadi and GI there. He has it set up on his rack, Kadi, and it does score so much and close down that part of the board, you can't put that many things in front of the Q. You need to
Yeah.
use at least 2 letters. It'd be a great situational awareness
By
from
my
him.
math, it scores 42. So it would put him ahead about 140, which would feel pretty nice. That's about a 2 bingo lead. But JPT is not ideal. We'll definitely think about it. Like I said, he could also drop the J and hope to get maybe the A to pair with Cotty so he doesn't have to burn the blank. At
Yeah,
some point, he's going to want to take out the nice bingo lanes of the S and the E and Casey8, although I don't think he has the tiles to do it this turn. And then another lane he wants to think about is hooking Doubt with the S. That is going to be very difficult to block, especially unless you have an S.
yeah.
So,
So, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
no,
interrupt. Keep
I
going.
am finished my thought. I want to hear what you have to think.
Well, I think QIS might be the move then if you want to take out the S and E in KC8. Just
Oh, yeah, of
plop,
course.
plop that down. Yeah, if that's the lane you're most concerned about, it scores 22, does enough. Hope to draw a vowel, but even if
And
not,
it's
you
so
have the
nice
J
to get rid
playing.
of the Q on this turn. So
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Yeah, and I think that's what he has set up now. I mean, Coddy would be interesting here too. I think that does have some merit. Keep in mind there are only 2 A's left in the game. So many A's and O's have been played. There are 2 of each left. The bag vowel-wise is much more E and I heavy. So, like holding out for the A in hopes
Yeah,
of having Coddy
it's
without the
crazy that
blank is
7
hard.
A's have been played. Shows you how randomness doesn't always work how the human mind thinks. We would think that all the vowels would sort of deplete at a similar rate, but in some games you'll see all the A's go early, some games you might see all the E's go early. And that QI's S play that came down, cheese, which is probably the most common word played in Scrabble because it gets rid of that difficult Q. It blocks the S of KC8, it blocks the E of KC8, and it blocks the F of Freckles. So that is a lot to accomplish when you already have a 100-point lead.
And Robin responds right away with Vanine. Very nice play, and it opens the board back up for her a bit, which she desperately needs now that she was down over 100 after QIS. I mean, she can't really tell that not Jared, Jeremy, different J, great player names, has the blank, but it's what she has to do there.
Absolutely, and the V makes it difficult to overlap, which means that it's a bit more likely to stay open. Jeremy did draw some vowels, which was his goal after playing QI, so he drew IO, and now his rack is looking much more promising. He has both the hooks to the G of Gert, being the O and the I, which also helps him. So what would you be looking to play here?
Yeah, well, one thing to keep in mind, in general, there are a lot of constants, I think, this bag. Given that from Jeremy's perspective, there are 2 A's, 4 E's, 2 I's, an O, and a U left in the bag. I would maybe just plop down the J, as Jared was saying previously, for Joe right above the O and Probits, and keeping both of my vowels because, yeah, it scores a good amount. He'll be up by over 100 still. The key I and O vowels are really good on this board, with the G in Gert only taking GI and GO as 2-letter words. I think, yeah, you want to preserve your vowels here, given that there aren't that many, and those ones specifically are good. So just play Joe.
And when you're looking to play off one tile, what you want to do is, oh, sorry, before I make this commentary, perhaps there was an overdraw. You see the guy with the referee jersey in the background, and Robin's now mixing her tiles. What I think happened is she probably drew one tile too many, which means Jeremy's going to be able to flip 3 tiles probably, and decide which one to put back in the bag, and Robin will collect the other ones for her overdraw.
Yeah, that's
And
always a fun decision point. But
yeah.
I think you were talking about when you play off one tile, what do you look to do?
Right. So what he wants to know is if he leaves DIOPT blank, will he be able to draw one tile that will lead to a bingo? And it's definitely possible on this board. If he were to draw an E, for example, he could play a word like Podites, Podites, and there's definitely other opportunities. So instead, he's going to play off a second consonant. Probably, I'm not sure I agree with that. It doesn't really obstruct the board too much. I guess takes out the O in the center, but that's not a huge lane.
Yeah.
It gives him one more tile to draw, and he drew 2 vowels. So that's a bit of the risk there. He was already sitting on a pretty promising rack, and by drawing 2, it gave him more opportunity to get into trouble. You were saying how there were a few vowels in the bag, and yet he managed to draw 2 of them. So again, randomness doesn't always work the way that our human minds like to think.
Yeah, or as I think a lot of Scrabble players like to say, variance
Right.
is the. It's almost become a meme at this point. I feel like we should get some variance memes going on in the chat.
And meanwhile, Robin drew the other blank, and to go with that, she had some clunky tiles, which are the high-scoring tiles that don't lead to a lot of bingos. When you have the blank and the deficit, you're definitely looking to bingo. So she makes a beautiful insertion play of mu, just dropping the M and the W in this little 3x3 square in the bottom right of the board, also forming ami, which is a French word meaning friend, and out a later addition to the dictionary, I believe.
Yeah, and ami does take some back hooks, so even though it does, right, like the F can no longer go there, for instance, but ami takes a back A and a back E. Or no, maybe, does it take an A? I'm rusty on some of these stuff. Definitely an E.
It takes an A, Amia,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And speaking of the A, it comes down. So podia, being the plural of podium, comes down for a nice score. And when you're ahead, if you can keep scoring 30 plus points a turn, you're going to be in a great position. And he'll score 37 here. So Jeremy, an expert player out of the New York area, has taken a very commanding 130-point lead.
And we'll see if chat can find the one crazy bingo they have already, Orangium.
And yeah, Robin. I saw that one too. And the nice thing about that one is it's going across 2 double word scores. We call that a double-double. Here in Canada, a double-double is a coffee at Tim Hortons with cream and sugar. But in Scrabble, it's a bingo, or not necessarily a bingo, but a play that goes across 2 double word scores. And so the play is times 4. So she'll get all the points on the rack if she finds it, times 4, and then plus 50 for the bingo. For 102 points is available if she can find it.
Yeah, and a few days ago, Matt Kanik on stream mentioned a summer shandy, and someone sent him some summer shandies via DoorDash. Jared has now mentioned a double-double. Chat, if you know where Jared lives, send him some double-doubles, or maybe just one.
Just one, yeah. Not too much caffeine, although the stream is pretty early in the morning. And look at that. She's getting very close. No. One thing to mention, we talk about how Robin's such a great word finder. Fatigue is a big thing in these tournaments. It's a 5-day thing. It feels like an exam the entire time. I noticed it myself in this recent Word Cup. It was my first 5-day tournament, and by day 3, the fatigue really started to set in. So we'll see if she can find this very key play. This is the play she really needs to find to give herself any chance in this game, especially when we look to Jeremy's rack and see that he has really drawn nicely to his leave.
Yeah, and so Orangium will block his play of bitters and doubts. The other thing could be, given that it would block Jeremy's, I think, only bingos, he might challenge Orangium.
He could, yeah.
And so it feels like if she finds it, it could be, even though she's down by 129 points, it will completely change the game, not only because it's 102 points, but it blocks a bingo, and that could motivate Jeremy to challenge.
Orangium, I'm almost positive, takes the S, so he would still be able to play words like braised.
Nice.
Or anything like that. So, but he might not know it takes the S. He might not know it's a word at all. When you have a bingo with letters like the Y, the M, and the G, it becomes a lower probability bingo as we think about it. The way these top players study is they start with the bingos that are most likely to come up. So those are with all the 1 point tiles because there's the most of them in the game. So a bingo like retinas, as the Scrabble community often points to as one of the first one, Retinas. There's a lot of each of those tiles in the bag, and with no duplication, that's the sort of bingo that's going to come up over and over and over again. Whereas a word like eryngium, which let's get a definition in the chat if we can. Is it a flower, perhaps? I always like to think these words are flowers, but I'm probably wrong. Oh, it is a plant. There you go. A plant of the parsley family. And we're seeing Bax West, who I met at the Word Cup in Chicago, say that this is why he likes Double Challenge. It adds a lot to the game.
And it looks like she's just going to play Yum, unfortunately. I mean, Robin is one of the few players who I would say could have found Arynchium. Cesar pointed out in the chat, Aerolith, the popular study program, she is one of the best at blank bingo quizzes, which is basically these sorts of situations. You get 6 or 7 tiles plus a blank, and you have to unscramble, and she is one of the best at that. So, but it goes to show you, Origin is that tough a find that one of the best people in the world at this couldn't see it.
Yeah, she's missed a few bingos this game, so when she looks over her plays later, she's probably not going to be too happy. But it's a long tournament, and there's still a lot of Scrabble to be played. As Jeremy now is going to have his choice of bingos here. You mentioned bitters. He could play binders, rebinds. He's first going to look from the E in Venin, or Venin, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that. See if he can make a double-double, as we like.
Yeah, but any bingo he picks here, he's basically locked up the game at this point. He's already up over 100, adding 70 plus.
And there's only 19 unseen tiles, so after his bingo, there would only be 12 unseen tiles. And what you try and do to figure out winning percentages, he would need 2 bingos to. She would need 2 bingos to get back in the game, probably even 3 at this point. Okay, so he's going to take out the E and play debriefs, maybe? Debrides. Okay. That will do it. Like Morris said, it didn't really matter which bingo he chose, except for perhaps some spread points. Go ahead.
Which he needed. I think he had a negative spread before, or close to it. So he will definitely benefit from spread for this game.
I think all players will benefit from spread. What happens in these tournaments is it becomes a bit of a, how much brain power do I want to use in a game that's already decided to get those key spread points, but at the same time, you're trying to preserve brain power for the fatigue that sets in these longer tournaments. I finished 5th in the recent Word Cup, but 4 of us from 2nd to 5th place were all at 20 wins, and it was the spread points that had me at the bottom. So I definitely understand the value of missing out on some of those key spread points.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a bit too sacrificing with spread. I once cashed at the Nationals with a negative spread.
Wow, that's basically unheard of.
19-12 with like negative 100 spread, something like that. So it's I think, but like a lot of that was just, yeah, I'm gonna win anyways, and I'm not sure of this word, so I'm gonna challenge. And
I've definitely been guilty of that myself, and I do like to preserve mental energy. It's a marathon more than a sprint. Robin doesn't quite have a bingo here. She could play hog. She could play hong. She could play hog with 2 Gs. She could play hog with 1 G and set up the 2nd G, although that wouldn't be much of a setup as it's not really going anywhere.
Well, she could.
With the Y obstructing the bingo lane, it would open.
Yeah, so Jared is talking about putting the H underneath the S in Debrides to make SH and going horizontally. She could also play hog above the E and the S in Debrides if she wanted to set up the G.
Hog, that's interesting.
Hog can be spelled with 1 G or 2 Gs in Scrabble. And so, yeah, she could play HOG to set up the 2nd G.
And that would be very difficult to block, especially knowing there's only one A left, as we said, and the A is the only letter that can go before the G. We were saying earlier how the A's all got played early, and so now late in the game we only see one left. It does happen to be on Jeremy's rack, but Robin doesn't know that for sure. From Robin's perspective, there's 12 unseen tiles, so 7 of them are on Jeremy's rack. We see that they're HALF as well as ICR. And then there's also a D, 3 E's, and another L.
Yeah, and so she's going to play Hong, which will leave 1 in the bag, given that there were 5 in the bag previously. I think it's a fine play. At this point, you're already losing, and you're just hoping for the best in some ways. I think in a marathon, you're saving some of your energy at this point.
Also, I think perhaps the N is better to bingo through than the G. So by putting that N in the bingo lane, she's hoping to maybe get a late bingo with her blank. So that makes some sense to me. And also, she formed sh as a word, SH, and I'm sure people can figure out you can put an A before it to form ash. So Jeremy happens to have it, but with her blank, she knew that she could have also formed ash there, and she still could if it stays open.
Yeah, and
Jeremy
so
has a C here. He's gonna probably want to play the C to not get stuck with it later. We were talking about getting stuck with tiles. The C and the V both don't take any 2-letter words, so those are the sort of tiles people are often scared of getting stuck with late in the game, as well as the very clunky Q.
Yeah, so Flinch or Finch could come down. Finch is probably the most defensive option here, and it scores a bunch.
Finch takes out basically any lane that I can see. And I think if he sees it, he should be playing it right away. You get the H on the multiplier. You're leaving LAR, which drawing, does that say 8 unseen tiles? So there's only 1 in the bag. And so LAR plus pretty much anything he draws will give him a very easy route to going out.
Yeah, so we know the D is in the bag. Robin drew 3 E's after that last play. And
she definitely wasn't expecting that. Looking at the pool, she probably thought she was going to draw a touch better than that. But at the same time, she knows this one is well over. So in game 1, we had a game that went right down to the wire. In this one, it was quite close until Jeremy really broke it open with that Freckles play for a huge bingo, and then he drew the first blank and got down to breeds.
Yeah, and even still, I mean, if Robin finds Orangium there, that could have blown up in the game too. And that just goes to show you, I mean, even if you're down, you never want to give up in Scrabble. I mean, maybe at this point you are if you're Robin, because...
Well, at this point, it's basically a mathematical certainty that she's lost. But earlier in the game, it definitely wasn't. And I don't think she gave up by any point. I think she spent quite a lot of time looking for her bingo. Unfortunately, as sometimes happens, she wasn't able to find it. This game started with a phony bingo, starting being on turn 2, I believe, of Toluane's, and that really swung everything. So she held it. She was a bit iffy on it. This game could have gone very differently on quite a few turns. If Jeremy had he also had a miss of tonneaux, Tonneaux, and that is a French word, but it has made the way into our dictionary, and so it's acceptable, and I bet it's a word that both Jeremy and Robin would have known. So there were a lot of chances for 100+ point bingos here, which you don't see too often, and one of them came down in the case of Freckles.
Yeah, no, there were a lot of bingo misses here this game, and I think, as Jared was saying, it's partially just that at this point in the tournament, your brain does start to get hazier. Like if this were game 1, I think a few more of those bingos would come down. Or maybe not game 1. Let's say game 2, where you shake off your nerves.
Yeah, game 1's the hardest game. Everyone walks in all nervous, and it's very easy to play poorly in a game 1.
So we'll say game 2 instead of game 16. Yeah, you really need to be sharp. Like, I think in some ways, if you're an expert in prepping for nationals or an event like this, I think it is really valuable to have some sort of workout or mind space routine as you get closer and closer to the tournament, right? Like, make sure you're actually in good shape such that you'll have stamina for 31 games.
Definitely. And in the chat, we see Wanderer15 saying that's why he never misses bingos, except for Highveld. And that came up in an article written by Stefan Fatsis. He recounted the story. So look for that article on slate.com. And while we have a chance, let's shout out our friend Will, who both Morris and I think has a great chance to win this tournament.
I think he has an okay chance.
Okay.
No. He's probably laughing right now. But yeah, Will is someone who definitely does his gym routine. I know he likes to do his weighted squats. So get yoked, everyone.
And as I
It's
told Will at that tournament, there was a big sign on the front door at the World Cup saying that there was no guns allowed in the tournament. And yet he had the gall to walk into that room with his very jacked arms. So he was lucky not to have been kicked out. And Will finished in third place, a very successful tournament in a extremely difficult field.
yeah, and there is a question by G.I. Joel, who is Il Wanderson? We want to know this stuff too.
And going back to the game, because it is still going, Robin looks like she wants to play on top of Ash, forming Gash, L-I and E-L, so she'll probably play Glee. One thing she'll be considering here is where can Jeremy put some of those higher scoring tiles to see if maybe she wants to block that spot before playing a word like Glee.
Yeah, and it will allow her to hit 300 points, which is something you always want. It's a moral victory when you're losing by over 150 to at least hit 300. It's discouraging if in games where I haven't, for sure.
Okay, so Glee does come down. We'll probably see Jeremy play something like duh through the U in the phony Toluanes.
Yeah, I think Chid is a bit better.
Oh, is Chid available? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Debreeds, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to find plays on this small screen, so forgive me when I miss. But Jeremy certainly will not. Chid being like to chide, I believe that's a past tense form.
Oh, that's good to know. So wouldn't take an S then. I've forgotten that.
Noah is not letting me make excuses, so at least I knew that Chid was the past tense, so maybe that gives me a bit more respect back. I can't use the excuse of being rusty like you, having just played a 5-day tournament, so I should be a bit sharper than I've been. I'll use the it's early in the morning excuse, because, you know, I enjoy a good excuse as much as anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, so Robin looks like she's now figuring out where to put her last few tiles, but yeah, Orangium was the tough word here, that if you don't see it, it swings the game.
You gotta know those plants in the parsley family. That's what I always say.
Yeah, rolls off the tongue, right?
Yeah. Again, if you're newer to Scrabble, or if you're just watching, never really played the game, don't worry about words like that. We're watching the best of the best. There are other streams that are focused on maybe a bit more lower level of play. This is the very top, and that's why we're being a touch critical here, because when players are playing at such a high level in such an important tournament with so much money on the line, they really have to hit even these really obscure words if they want to be the one to come out on top.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, like Nigel Richards, for instance, that's one of the things people know about him, that he finds these crazy words. Like Nigel would find Orangium. And there are a few others I think Will might. Robin, I would have put in that camp of being like a 50-50 shot to find something like that. And it just shows you how tough this tournament is.
Especially playing on stream. It's a lot easier sitting here from our perspective. So definitely point that out. She's going to take her time. She has 2 minutes left. Every bread point counts, and so why not make sure she finds the best play? In this case, she has 3 different words she could form for 13 points, depending on what she wants to make the blank as, and that would be next to yum. So she could play purr, forming pup, emo. That would be nice. She's circling the blank, so she's decided what she's going to make her play. Hopefully she ends the game on a high note, finding this 13-point play. And she does. So it doesn't matter which of the 4, words letters she could have made it as. The blank could be a Y, an S, a P, or an H. Those
Yeah, the
are all
Y
valid
was
3-letter words in both directions. And the game will end with the final score of 472 to 317. So a very big victory for Jeremy Hall on stream.
It's good I didn't play Casey.
Yeah, so that will move Jeremy up to the double-digit column in the wins. Robin has lost her first 2 this morning, but don't count her out. Although I will
Definitely
give...
not. And for Jeremy, this might be his first time playing on stream, and we didn't see any nerves whatsoever. And it looks like they're post-morteming, as we call it, where they look at the different plays. I wonder if they figured out by now that Talyuane's not a word. I would imagine so.
Yeah.
You see Lisa Kessler next to Jeremy, another at least former resident of Toronto. And she's doing the annotation, so she's writing down the racks and entering them, and you can find that all online.
Yeah, I'll throw I'll throw a link to the standings page, which has also the games, all sorts of stuff of coverage of this tournament. And shout out not just to Lisa, but all of the annotators and people working the tournament. I know Kieran O'Connor is the division leader of Division 1, the Collins divisions, which that's what we've been seeing most of. And the tournament's been running really smoothly from my understanding. So shout out to all the volunteers and workers at this tournament. Thank you for doing such a great job and for, giving 300 people lots of fun in the tournament and so many more watching from afar.
Absolutely,
Ability.
and thank you to the people running the stream, including Christian K on the technical side and Josh Greenway overseeing a lot of this, along with John Chu and others. And to look at the standings right now, Joey Krafchick has a game lead over 3 players, 2 of whom we've seen this morning, being Clay Daniel and Robin Pollock Daniel. That Daniel last name is clearly a good indicator of Scrabble talent, and Ori Swift will be the other 11 and 5 person at the moment. And then there are a whole lot of people at 10 and 6, including some of the tournament favorites like Will Anderson and Josh Sokol and Joe Edley, who we saw this morning.
Yeah, so I think we'll see Joey Krafchick coming up, but we are going to take a short break before that. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 17 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship. I'm Morris Greenberg, and I'm joined by Jared Capel and Annette Oberstad this round.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Yeah, Annette, if those of you aren't familiar, isn't yet an expert in Scrabble, although we expect her to be soon.
That's a lot of pressure. I don't know about that.
Poker player for a while, has switched to Scrabble. We have seen some poker Scrabble overlap within the Scrabble community. Some Scrabble players also play poker, but
yeah, for sure. There's a lot of people who do both.
Yeah, and this round also we have a great matchup. Joey Krafchick, who is in first place, is playing Seth Lipkin. Seth hasn't been on stream yet, but Boston area player. I'm from Boston, so I've played him a lot, and he is the creator of Cross Tables and Ulu. Cross Tables, if you're not familiar, is the Scrabble website where tournament listings, tournament outcomes, all that sort of stuff is really well organized. Definitely go to cross-tables.com. Someone linked that in the Twitch chat. And Ulu is a phone app to study words.
And Seth is also known as being one of the true nice guys in the game. I've never heard anyone say a negative word against him, and he's just such a great guy to talk to. So very easy to cheer for, and especially coming in as the underdog against the top leader right now in the tournament, Joey Krafchick at 12-4.
Yeah,
so
I'm really
it'll be an
excited about
exciting
this game
for sure. Joey's just stepping away from the table, but I'm sure he'll be back shortly, and then the game will commence.
Yeah, this is going to be great. I haven't really watched Joey play that much, so for me, this is like really exciting.
Joey's a very intuitive player, knows a lot of words, and just great strategy. And the other thing about Joey is he tends to play very fast, which can definitely unsettle some
that throws
players.
me off sometimes when people do that. Because I
definitely
like to take my time.
Yeah, and I actually know Seth can play a bit slowly, so we'll watch for if there is sort of an imbalance in time. Seth is also someone who has a really great word knowledge. I think he studies on the train every morning into work, and has really good knowledge of all the sevens, eights, that sort of stuff. So
he did draw two eyes to go with that blank.
Comes out early as Joey draws EF, 2 I's, 2 T's, and the blank.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not seeing any bingos with that.
I don't think there are any bingos, or at least valid ones. We have seen some phonies come down this tournament, so you can create your own bingo sometimes in Scrabble.
Right, it's been really interesting for me to watch these because some players end up phoning a lot more than I would have expected. And I don't know sometimes if it's like intentional, if people are just trying to get away with stuff, or it's because they don't know.
It's not always clear to see, and even if they say one thing, it doesn't mean that's actually the truth. After the game, players might tell you that they didn't know it was invalid, but maybe they were trying to get a phony by.
Right, because it was interesting in one of yesterday's games. I think it was Robin who played D-Clar, and then she didn't S-hook it later in the game.
Yeah, she knew it was
there
bad.
was definitely like she was questioning whether or not it was good in the first place when she played it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Joey does have deities as an option now. These were two quick plays, I think, partially because they're both super intuitive plays, Fit and Jilt, you see on the board. And I wonder what Joey's thinking about here. Deities should be a pretty quick play. I think that would be the highest scoring play easily.
Yeah, and I think he will eventually put it down. I think he just wants to make sure that I guess I don't even know what else he could possibly look for, because he's going to know there's no anagrams there, so no doubles available.
Yeah, elicited would be the other option through the L of Jilts, but it is a few fewer points and would open up a triple word score as well. So I like this option.
So does Seth here have a bingo with Wagoners?
That looks good. I think that should be valid.
Yeah, I think that's good with 1G and 2Gs, right?
Yeah, I like it both ways.
Nice.
And Seth likes it too, as it comes down very quickly. We'll see if it gets held. We've spoke many times already about how ER words are easy to anagram, but it's hard to know for sure if it's in the dictionary.
Yeah, I've definitely messed those up before.
Seth had no vowels on turn 1, but managed to draw an A and O, and along with the E floater, he got out of that difficult situation very quickly, and he now has a 2-point lead early in the game.
Yeah, I can definitely feel for Joey here. His last tile he drew was an A, and he definitely had some sevens with the first 6 tiles he drew, but the A is not that tile, and it really clunks up the rack. Like, Reimage would have been great here, for instance.
We spoke about vowel consonant balance, and to have 5 vowels to only 2 consonants is not ideal. Even if he had 3 to 4, it's not the ratio you necessarily want, but it's one you can work with. Whereas this one, he's definitely going to look to put down more vowels than consonants on this turn to try and balance himself up going forwards.
Yeah, someone in the chat has already pointed out the best play of Aggie through to Gene and Wagner. That looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, really nice. Getting rid of 3 of those 5 vowels is a great objective here, and scoring 24 never hurts when you do that. So
yeah, for sure.
I think, but he's going a different option, and a gate is a really nice play too. He might be concerned, given that Seth is drawing 7 random tiles, that the X could be an option at some point, and he just might think, Joey is the leader of this tournament. He has a higher rating than Seth. He doesn't want to be burned by a big, easy X play. So I think that makes sense too.
Yeah, I kind of like taking out that spot. Being a pretty defensive player myself, I totally get why he did that.
And we can see it was pretty prescient. Look at what Seth would have had.
Wow.
Yeah, he had the Q on his rack. And the IER that Joey left could bingo beneath the WA of Wagner's or down from the S of Wagner's. So he definitely left tiles that would work on this board.
Yeah, Seth would have been able to play cat there for a lot of points.
Yeah. So we'll see how Seth responds. These sorts of situations become tougher when you are focused in on a play like cat and your opponent blocks it. I know I do that thing where I look at the other side of the board, hoping that my opponent thinks I'm looking somewhere else.
Yeah. I think we've all been there.
So I feel like that could be a tell at some point, though, if you notice.
But some players know it's a tell, and so then reverse psychology comes into play. The game can get super meta, and coming from your poker background and that, you definitely know about people trying to play mind games with you.
For sure. I try to just always look everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, I try not to focus in on one spot, just like keep wandering, even if I know what I'm playing.
Keep wandering, like Wanderer15 in the chat.
Right?
I like to shut my eyes when I play. That way nobody has any idea where I'm looking.
Yeah.
See, maybe I'll just start pulling out my sunglasses again like I used to back in my poker days.
So we are getting a 9-letter, or no, not a 9-letter word, an 8-letter word, really nice, but inserted through 2 plays. Yeah, Joey is really good at finding these sorts of plays. He has great board vision, I think, and that is a thing you have to remember. Someone can have great word knowledge, but not great board vision itself. They're 2 completely separate skills. You could learn all the words in the dictionaries, you can open up a program and study them, but over a board, especially through 2 disconnected tiles like he did here, it's often really hard to see things.
Yeah, that was a great find, and I'd expect him to find that every time. That's how good Joey is. Definitely one of the favorites. And Seth is setting up Madhouse, which won't play on the board, or Houseman. Maybe he's just flexing a bit here for the audience. I saw Madhouse be played by Chloe Fatsis in a tournament recently. I forget which tournament, but maybe we can ask her because she will be on stream for the afternoon games today.
Yeah, and so the chat, shout out to Chalcedonics, has found the 1 bingo available for Seth, Outshame, through the T in Leverate. Now, Jared was saying before, ER words, you can sometimes have studied them and not be sure of them. Out and over words, I think even more so that can be a thing. Just, you can make things up. And yeah, even if he sees the possibility of outshame, he might think, I'm just making this up right now.
I know.
Even
if I saw someone play outshame against me and I didn't know that word, I'd be like, that looks so bad.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I like that.
And it could draw a challenge.
Yeah, definitely.
As good. Oh, it's coming
He's
down.
Gonna play it. Nice.
Yeah, nice job, Seth.
Nice find.
Yeah.
And that's going to really open the board. Beneath the A in shame, I'm hooking out shame with a D or an S. That'll be a verb. Beneath the U in out shame, there are a lot of scoring spots available. Or like we like to say, this board is live.
Yeah, and Joey insta accepted it. So
yeah,
I think that really it really shows how well prepared Joey is for this tournament, and Seth for that matter. But Insta accepting that sort of thing really says, yeah, I know that. Cold.
Joey was looking at the summer tournaments, as people often refer to them to, the biggest tournaments of the year, and he was very well prepared coming into them. And the last couple years, Joey has been winning a lot of tournaments, so he is really on top of his game.
Yeah, so I like how this game has kind of gone back and forth every turn, right? Normally, when you see back and forth games, it's like 30 points, 30 points.
Right.
But this has been 30 points, 30 points, 70 points, 70 points, 30 points, 30 points, 77. So it's
Very
all over
different
the
than the
place.
staircase we saw to start the game, to
Yeah,
start the
these
day.
kind of games are fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
not quite as interesting as the closer board ones, but makes for
yeah,
I think there will be a lot of interesting plays to come, especially as we see it's only a 6-point game. And neither player is going to really be able to close the board, at least looking from it at this stage. So I think we're going to get to see a lot of interesting thoughts coming up.
Yeah, Outshame really blew the board wide. I mean, Leverate did too in a lot of ways, but Outshame even more so. Just because Outshame can take some back hooks, a D and an S should definitely be available there. I assume it's a verb.
Yep.
it's got to be.
And the O off of Outshame created two different 7 lanes. So it really blew up the board for bingos. Both players, I think, tend to favor going for bingos rather than playing short in general. So I think it plays to both their strengths in a lot of ways, and that's going to be really fun to see that play out.
Yeah, there's a lot of good options looking at just the board itself, but Joey's rack doesn't quite work with those options, which can be very difficult. The board just gets snapped open. He's probably thinking Seth's going to hit one of these spots huge, and he would just love to drop a couple of those vowels, the K, even burn the S if he has to, but there's no clear way to do it. He could play Oka above Outshame, forming OHKA and AM. It'll score a lot, but it does
Yeah,
leave
he doesn't really have any way to take
IIES.
away any of those scary scoring spots.
No, but to leave a couple scoring spots is maybe okay, thinking that maybe
Right, leaving
Seth will
one for
take one
himself.
on the
Yeah.
next turn, and then one will still be available for him on the following turn.
Yeah, and I think
Oka
that's
looks
a
pretty
really
good here.
Yeah, I think that's a really good attitude to have. If there are always 2 spots available from your perspective, if you have a better scoring play that hits neither of those spots, at least you're guaranteed the other one at a minimum your next turn. And I think that's like, it seems counterintuitive at first. Like if you have a bingo and you can play it opening 1 triple or 2 triples, it
Right.
seems more destructive sometimes to open up more stuff. But often you want to have 2 triples open so that you can make a play too.
And the IIES leave could get in trouble if you were to draw vowels, but if you were to draw some tiles that go well with that, like an N, a T, a D, an L, it could really turn out quite well.
Yeah, it could end up being a good draw, but if you draw the third eye, then
Yeah,
you're
then
not
it could
going to
be
have a good
trouble.
time.
Yeah.
And
So he
okay, so
he
he'll
ends up
play
playing
Koa instead of
instead.
Oka, which takes out the Outshame spot a bit.
Yeah.
It scores a touch less because the A is going above an E instead of an H, but I like the point sacrifice there.
Yeah, I don't mind that either.
So Koa does take a back N though, I believe.
True.
And so there are 5 N's remaining. There are 3 D's, but words ending in N aren't as common as words ending in D, I think is the key part of that. So even though there are 2 more N's available right now, just the amount of stuff in the dictionary matches with how Joey's playing the game.
And you can go through the D of Outshamed a lot easier than through the N of Koa. The big scare there is hitting the double letter score and then the triple word score. So the J and the Q are gone, but the X and the Z are available, and those can really hit for a lot of points. Like Zeds and Outshame would score probably close to 90.
Yeah, for sure. And one other thing this did is AE takes no back hooks, so you can't underlap to the triple beneath where Joey just played. So like cab is a word, K-A-B. Seth and Oma is also a word. So Seth does have a BA, but he can't go further than that. So the AE aspect of it too limited plays on the bottom row.
Yeah, Koa just looks like such a great play. What a brilliant find by Joey. And Seth is going to play Bug, leaving
I was looking
himself
at that spot
bingo prone
myself.
tiles, AEINR.
Yeah, I kind of like that. That's a really good leave. And I couldn't see anything else that would have accomplished the same thing and scored a ton more.
The
Yeah,
highest scoring options were Nubia or Urbia forming AW, but that was going to break up the rack and also
Right.
give some spots back. So Bug seems to make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it is interesting. Seth is playing faster than I would have expected in some ways. Although it looks like his clock is running or I
Yeah,
guess
Joey
the clocks
already
are
played
reversed.
Lime, so that
Oh,
Setting up
got
his
it, got it,
S
got
hook
it.
for
really
slime, I
quickly.
like
Got
it.
it, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it. Cool.
And Lime scores very nicely, having the M times 3 in both directions. So Joey's up right now, 237 to 199, and Seth, he left 3 vowels to 2 consonants, and unfortunately, he drew 2 more vowels, A and O.
Yeah, these
Yeah.
racks are frustrating because you can't score much with them, and you're like close to a bingo, but not quite there.
Right.
This is when
That's
you
the
end up
problem with
fishing.
those
Yeah,
5 tile 3 vowel leaves is when you get in trouble and you haven't left a scoring tile, being a tile worth more than 1 point, you end up with these sort of in-between turns.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see how he plays it. I mean, keep in mind there's only one A left from Seth's perspective here. He has 2, but there have been so many played with plays like a gate. So keeping an A is pretty fine here. It was pretty low odds last turn, I guess, that he drew a second A, but it's even lower now. Something like Odia, maybe through the D and deities, scores 15. It keeps Rain as a leave, which is pretty synergistic. That seems like a natural play in a lot of ways here.
Yeah, it would open up a big scoring spot above the E if you were to play Odia there. So that could be a bit scary, but right now on this board, the S has become quite valuable because hooking Koa or out James, if that were the case, if you had an N for Koa, and also Lime takes the front S for Slime. So Joey has an S, and he probably was thinking that when he played Lime, knowing that even if Seth were to take out the Koa's lane, he would still be leaving himself a second lane to use that very advantageous tile at the S.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see whatever Seth does here, how Joey will respond, just because the X really doesn't have a spot on this board. After a play like a gate, it really shut down any hot spots near where an X could go. So I assume he's going to want to play it, given that he is trying to keep S and other bingo prone tiles, but it won't be a high scoring X play if Joey does play.
Well, I mean,
X
something like X signs down to Koa would be pretty good.
That's true. Koas and X signs. Yeah, that's a nice idea, actually.
Noah in the chat, it's always nice to hear from what some of the very top players like to think, and he suggested OAR, and DA is a possibility. It's just dumping 2 vowels again and maybe saying, well, my AINER leave didn't work last time, but it's still a good leave. Maybe it'll work this time.
Yeah, so he has at various points separated out 2 vowels or 3 vowels from the rest.
Yeah.
So I think he is going towards that kind of route and just deciding among those close options which gives me the best chance of staying in the game here.
When people watch top level Scrabble, they often think the bingo turns are the hard turns. The turns where someone comes up with a very obscure word or even a word like Wagoners that other people might not be sure of. But really, the turns that separate these top players are these little turns where you might only be scoring 12 on one play or 14 or 16 or 20 on the other. But which play are you going to make? And what are these little decisions that are going to really lead to a different outcome?
Yeah, so it looks like he's favoring Dier right now. I'm guessing, or Rier, but I think it's Dier with the D and deities.
Yeah, I think that's what he's looking to play, especially because re-air, as far as I'm aware, is not a word.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah, re-airing shouldn't be valid. So, yeah, it's grainier.
It sounds like a word to re-air a program, but it is, I've just checked, it is not a word.
Yeah.
Whereas de-air would be like to de-air the tires on your bicycle.
Yes.
To remove the air from something. So that is in our dictionary. Re-air is not. It is difficult that you have to know all these little things. And so he thought about playing Oda. He probably looked at that big scoring spot it was giving up and he pulled it back.
No contact.
As Noah suggested, he could play Or with those same 2 tiles, but it scores a lot less.
It does give back way less, though.
It gives back way less.
Yeah, I would.
I mean,
so
or is probably what I would play in this position, given that I saw it.
I think the in-between of Odia, it does open the spot still, but it's much more obstructed by putting 2 vowels after the D is an option as well. I mean, if you want to remember, think about how many points Oda scores versus Or, and then think about if it's 9 more points.
Well, this gives back a really good play to Joey here with Rex signs.
Oh,
Does
yeah.
score a lot.
D-air leaves OAN, so
it
I'm
comes
not
down
loving
right
that
away.
leave from Seth. It opens, and the OAN leave is 2 vowels to 1 consonant, and it doesn't even leave that E that we really like.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much safer D-air is over just playing Oda. Like,
No,
I feel
I think that's a bit of a mistake by Seth, and it's going to cost him right away. Sometimes mistakes in Scrabble you get punished by, sometimes you don't. Unfortunately, this time, Joey's going to really make him pay for that one with rec signs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just goes to show the small little differences and the
Right, I
decisions
said
you
these
make,
are the terms
right?
that really separate players. And Morris was saying Odia, the AS, Seth had one of the other A's. So after putting a big consonant above ER, you would be looking to put a vowel next. And the vowel that goes before AS is the A. And there's only one other A unseen.
Mm-hmm.
So it probably wasn't quite as dangerous as a spot as maybe it initially looked.
And might have been good for Seth specifically if he picks up the F like he does in this scenario. So, yeah, I would have leaned towards Odia there, but I think often like these kinds of mistakes that Seth made here come from there being so many close plays and being frustrated by all of them, and then settling on something just because your time's ticking.
He is a slower player than Joey, but so far he's been using his clock pretty well. He's now dipped under 13 minutes, but he's not too far behind on the clock.
Yeah, so rafting as a double-double through the eye for 44 points is available here. And it does take a lot of front hooks, crafting. Oh, but it looks like he's not going to go that route. Looks like
he's leaving tiles to hit that eye, leaving the NG in particular. But that is a big spot on this board, and many times you'll see that spot be taken out. The other big spot, I think, would be the lane beneath the WA of Wagoners, being a bingo towards the left.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how Joey responds here. Joey's up by 60 points, which is basically a bingo. I think you kind of have to think in worst case scenarios here to some extent if you're Joey, or start thinking that way. And so I think you'd want to take out the double-double, but only if you can score enough points where that would merit it. So I think instead he's going for taking out the higher probability lane, scoring more points than if he was blocking the double-double lane, and just has to hope Seth doesn't have anything immediate.
It makes sense because I don't think he had a play that hit the eye that was going to score anything reasonable. But if it did, and it also took out the lime front hook to slime, that would be the sort of thing he'd really want to do. Seth probably sees that he would have ignorant if there was one more square to the right from the eye and leverate, but it's just not going to fit.
Yeah, or he could have ignored that.
Yeah, he still has a couple of plays through that eye,
He's set
but
up
no
ignorant
bingo.
on the rack. He sees it. That's a frustrating feeling knowing you have a bingo, but it just doesn't play.
I know.
Yeah, my guess is he might do a similar thing to last turn, making a short play below the Y and the E that Joey just exposed. And because he wants to keep the high point double-double lane open, keeping NG, so he wants to divert Joey's attention to a different side of the board. That's the best way to guarantee, if you can't hit something immediately and want to in a future turn, force your opponent to look at another part of the board.
So Annette, what would you play in this situation?
God, I don't know. This is a really, really tough spot, but I would definitely be tempted to leave that eye open and also keep NG. I mean,
Yeah.
even if that lane gets blocked somehow, at least on the right side, you have the G hook for Lime if you draw into an ING bingo. Not that there are a lot of eyes left, but
I
definitely
think
could
an important
happen.
consideration is that he's down 90.
Yeah,
And
he
so
does need to
whatever he
score
plays
points
here,
too.
he has to make sure he's scoring a decent amount because he wants to hit a bingo, but if he falls down too much, one bingo won't be enough.
Right. I mean,
So
something
that
like Grant underneath of Yao
yeah,
scores pretty
he's gonna have to
decently.
look for something beneath the Yao play, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, but keeping the I don't know, like how much would you sacrifice to keep the NG specifically? As
Yeah, I don't
Not
know.
too
I
much.
don't
See,
know if it's worth it.
so
I
not is
like
sort
this
of
idea.
smart because it takes the front hooks. It doesn't score very much, like I was saying was important. Maybe he's trying to get Joey to play on that side of the board so the I will stay for his NG, but he might have sacrificed a touch much for that.
Yeah, but Joey's just
Oh,
plopping
yeah.
down Daltons, which should be the top play. Now
That's
that
not fun for Seth to see.
No,
yeah,
and there's
it
a fun
could
anagram of that word. If people like baseball movies, perhaps that'll be a nice clue. I know that Morris is a big baseball fan, and coming from Boston, and I live in Toronto, another nice baseball city, and the tournament's being held in Baltimore, a third city in the American League East in baseball.
Yeah, I know we interviewed some players in advance of the tournament and asked, what are you excited about Baltimore? At least I remember Clay Daniels saying Camden Yards, Baltimore Stadium, is his favorite stadium in baseball. So shout out to the Orioles, Camden Yards. Hope players can catch a game and take off their mind off some Scrabble at night. Yeah, but if you're Seth here, picking up the Z and the blank, obviously you don't want to see Daltons, but that still might give you some hope given the poll that you can make a big Z play and then get a bingo the next turn and maybe inch your way towards contention in this game.
Man, if I hadn't been watching or looking at the Quackle here, I probably would phony with his rack and played Zingares because I did not know that that didn't take an S. I did not know that.
Yeah, none of those Zingare forms seem to take an S.
Yeah, I saw that right away. I was like, oh, he has a bingo. And then I look, I'm like, oh, wait, that's not good.
Yeah, so I know there's Zingari, Zingaro, Zingare. I think they're all kind of currency, maybe, something like that. So they're different pluralizations. I think Zingaro is the singular, and Zingare and Zingari are plurals.
And just before I forget, I gave people time to think, but the anagram to Daltons that I was talking about is Sandlot. So there was a movie, The Sandlot, and it's somewhere that people would play baseball or other sports. And jumping to the chat, I see that Fern is here. Hello, Fern. I hope you saw the good news that the Toronto Club is hopefully going back live. So hopefully I'll get to see you in person soon and not just here on Twitch.
Yeah, and club play, I mean, is something that definitely has dwindled during the pandemic. Obviously, we don't want to gather indoors too much. So the online community luckily has taken off, but we'd love to see more club play happening again. I know there are a lot of clubs all throughout North America that players like to go to normally hone their game.
And the Toronto Club is the oldest and largest club in North America. So we have a great scene here. If you live in Toronto, we'd love to see you.
Yeah, we also have a great Scrabble scene here in Vegas. If any of you are ever visiting or any of you live here, definitely come play with us.
And yeah, Annette, so you got quite good quite fast. What would you attribute that to?
Just a lot of playing and also just talking to people who are, very solid players like yourself, and playing against players who are better than me has definitely helped.
And one day I intend to beat you online because that never seems to happen.
Oh my god, I've been drawing so good against you. I feel bad.
I call her killer because it's impossible to beat her.
You know what the secret is that I do, right?
I don't.
You can't lose online if you don't play online.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
very true. Very true.
And Seth is probably thinking that Joey is a killer, being down about 150 points here. I think gaze makes a lot of sense through the A in Daltons because it would set up a front hook of a gaze, like the A there.
Yeah, and if we look at the unseen pool, there are no A's left. And one thing to keep in mind is that Gaze scores in the 30s already, but tacking an Aeon out in front and getting a bingo will add 15 plus points to your score again. So it feels like the gift that keeps on giving almost.
Definitely. And looking in the chat, Jason Bednars is saying that he wants to go to the Vegas Club. And so already we're trying to make this game grow. Jason's a top player. Churro would definitely love to see another top player show up to her her club. Churro
Oh, we would
being
love
an
anybody to
ex-online
show
handle.
up at club. It's always so exciting when we get a new player. I feel like everybody's like standing in line waiting to play the newbie.
But he's anything but a newbie. Jason
I
is
just
one
mean
of
like
the
new
highest rated players
players
in
to
North
the club.
America.
Right,
so.
right, of course. Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, and if you are brand new to the tournament scene, I'm just going to throw a link in the Twitch chat. Go to that site to learn more. Also, I'll shout out Cross Tables since Seth is online, the creator of Cross Tables. Crosstables.com is a great website to see tournament results, see upcoming tournaments. Also, people post a lot of their past games and annotate them there, so you can learn a lot from people like Joey posts most of his games, I think. So really great website for being engaged in the Scrabble community.
And if you want to play Scrabble, you could play on Scrabble Go. You can play on playscrabble.com. We mentioned Woogles earlier. There's a lot of different places you can play. And if you're on this chat and you live in a city and you're not sure there's a club, you could literally just Google the name of your city and Scrabble Club. And I bet more often than not, if you live in a decent sized metropolis, something will come up and you might be able to find some friends to play with live.
Yeah, that didn't actually work for me though, because obviously, as you all know, there are different organizations that have different clubs. So you might have to go on their sites and then search through the organizations and see which one has a club that's near you.
Somebody was asking who the current commentators are. I'm Jared Capel out of Toronto. That's Annette Oberstad out of Las Vegas. And Morris Greenberg, who's doing most of the play-by-play here, has recently moved from Boston to Toronto.
Yeah, with a brief stint in North Carolina as well. I've been all over the map. But yeah, Joey's now putting down hub. It seems very logical to take out the S lane. Zing was a curious play in a lot of ways, but I think it was partially just Seth was getting low on time. We can see he's under 5 minutes, and we said Joey's a fast player and there could be a time imbalance this game. We're seeing that develop right now as Joey's 1 tile or 2 tiles away from developer. So
the thing about fast players is that often what they'll do is they might not play that fast at first, but if they see you start to take a lot of time on a turn or two, then they'll really turn up the jets. If they think that you're in time trouble and that you're under pressure, they're going to start to make their plays really quickly, especially when Joey has such a big lead of about 2 bingos that he doesn't have to be that concerned about making a mistake as if the game were a lot closer. And Zev is pointing out in the chat, another Toronto player, that Hub takes the C front hook for Chubb, and there are 2 C's unseen. So that does seem a bit strange, and that could be attributed to playing awfully quickly. But at the same time, Hub scored a lot and got rid of some of the uglier tiles like the U and the B.
Yeah. It's at this point I think both players to some extent just kind of realize, given how disgusting the tile pool is, we can see both C's, both P's, U, V. I think they kind of know it's kind of over.
And Seth wants to play vowels here because there are not a lot of vowels unseen to him. Just an E, an O, and a U, and he already has a bunch of vowels, so whatever he plays,
not a great spot here. I mean, he could play something like AYIN to the N, setting up an L that he doesn't have.
He'd also like to set up a second lane if he could. Perhaps playing something parallel to Rex signs will allow a lane to come down, but it'll be an awfully tight lane.
Yeah, but that's really tough to play off one of his I's in that spot then.
Yeah, he would have to have played in IN and just trying to set it up.
Keeping the Y.
Yeah. So he does give Joey a nice lane for his L. Yeah. Matt was saying yesterday a strategy you should do is draw good tiles. I'll give the strategy of set up yourself, not your opponent. Just
Well, he
whatever
drew
tiles
the
your opponent
C bingo.
has. Yeah, whatever your opponent has, don't set it up.
Getting you with
Oh,
2C
wow.
count. Totally whiffed it.
Okay, so Joey's going to play off a lot of
Overlap.
tiles
Yeah,
here, playing
nice.
overlap
Yeah.
without making an overlap.
Yeah,
He'll
that's a
triple
nice
the
play.
V.
That really blocks the hop hook. I don't know if Seth's going to be able to hit that anymore.
Well, Seth knows if he's going to be able to hit that.
Oh, I see.
Before we've even had a chance to look, he's going to play reincur. He's going to have to pull the tiles down
Oh,
a
yeah.
spot,
Yeah, there you go.
as he
Nice.
does now.
Yeah.
So a very nice quick find. Joey's already dumped his tiles on the board and is already filling out the slip.
Yeah.
They are ready to get this one over.
Yeah, this might have been the fastest game we've had on the stream. I mean, they found really nice bingos, but really the difference here was in understanding on those frustrating turns how to best handle that. I feel like was what really separated Joey's play from Seth's play here.
Yeah, the one turn of D-Air, we said those are the turns that change games and separate the very top players. And right away, the game ends. The first thing Seth did after shaking his hand was point to the D-Air Rexine spot of the board.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's funny when you see this final score of 452 to 410. That feels like it could have been a close game, but yeah, the reincur really made up a lot of that spread difference. It was basically a 150-point blowout before that.
Yeah, sometimes spread can be a bit deceiving, but we see that Ori Swift won his game, so he'll stay a game back of Joey as the leader, and Joey's gonna have potentially a 2-game lead over the field, depending on how the other games go.
Yeah, and I think we will see Joey on stream again in a few minutes, or maybe not a few minutes because Joey did finish so quickly. We're probably gonna have to wait for his opponent to finish.
With 14
in the
minutes left on the
meantime,
clock.
we will take a short break. Stay tuned. We're looking forward to bring you 4 more games of Scrabble today. Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 18 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship. I am Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Annette Oberstad and Jared Capel.
Hello again.
Everyone.
So this round, we will see Joey again. We saw him win last round, and he is a game up on the field. And we'll see Jeremy Hall, who we saw won 2 rounds ago. So it almost feels like if you win a game on the stream, you're guaranteed to come back on the stream.
Yeah, we like to see winners, and Jeremy is having himself quite the tournament. He didn't show any nerves playing on stream, which can be very difficult, and he's one of the many low seeds who have done really well so far in this tournament. Robin in 3rd place was the 22nd seed coming in. Jeremy in 4th place was the 34th seed. Michael in 5th place, the 28th seed. And we also see Barry, Keith, and Clay Daniel coming in at 23 and 29. So what we've really seen is that even though there are some elite players in this field, anyone can win games, and it's really close.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they end up doing further in the tournament if they have a chance to actually win it.
Yeah, and I do wonder to some extent if this is the COVID effect, where player rating, if you're rated before COVID, and player skill level, depending on if you played a lot during COVID, started a lot during COVID, or haven't really touched anything. Yeah, I know I'm one of those people in the second category.
But I'm
I
sure
wonder
there's
if
a lot
that's
of people
part
in
of
the other category as well.
Yeah. So I wonder if that's to some extent what's happening here, that a lot of the players who are signing up who are lower seeded just have put in the work over a 2-year period where they haven't been able to show that over games.
There's also a lot to just be said for variance. We might see the better players as we get closer towards round 31 start to creep back up from the middle of the field where some of them have been lingering in the standings, and we might see them all playing live on stream very soon.
Yeah, and one thing to remember is top 2 players is what you really are shooting for. You're not just shooting for top position here, just because the format of this tournament is 4 days of games, 28 games total, and then the top 2 go to a finals. So even though Joey's 1 game up on the field, the number that a lot of people are thinking isn't the 13 wins you see next to Joey. It's really the 12 wins you see next to Ori Swift. Mm-hmm. So someone like Will Anderson, who we know the stream loves, chat loves, he's at 10 wins. He really needs to think, okay, I'm only 2 games back here. I just need to keep playing my game. Don't go crazy. 3 games, yeah, towards the end you might need to start going like full kamikaze, I think is one way I've heard a player call it, of just, opening things, hoping for the best, catching up on spread, everything you can do. But, you're playing to the second person in the pack, not the first person in the pack.
Yeah, that makes for an interesting dynamic for sure, when you can actually play for second place instead of playing for first place.
And Will is at 10 and 7, and also Jackson Smiley's at 10 and 7. So we see a couple of the very top favorites in the field, only 2 games back, as Morris points out, of striking distance for the championship.
Yeah, though I will say, even though Jared mentioned some of the lower rated players are doing well right now, Robin is a lower rated player in this field, but her peak is basically as high as Joey is rated right now. Right. So, and she was someone who took time off to get a degree. So when her last few tournaments before COVID, she was getting her rating lowered because she wasn't at her peak form. She's probably now closer to her peak form. So really, when you're seeing some of these lower seeds, you want to think they're just Joey, but with a lower number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's no surprise to see Robin near the top. We often see Robin doing what we're doing right now, which is commentating, but this year she decided
really
she wanted
commentator.
to play, and that's probably a good indication that she felt very sharp in her game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we are off now. Jeremy has drawn his letters. He has a lot of duplicates or triplets, I guess, even with the E's, but he does have a valuable X.
Which he just dropped onto the table, so it looked like Joey was looking down. He probably didn't see that, but we'll probably see the X get played either way, unless Jeremy looks to set it up, which is also possible. He could play Hell, slotting the E above the double score to maybe try and set up the X for the next turn.
I don't love doing that on my first turn, because I feel like if you set up a hotspot, your opponent is just always going to use it because it's always going to be the best spot on the board.
Yeah, so the like high level meta thing you want to think there is if you're going to do that and your opponent plays, can you make a play underneath that? So for
Right.
instance, Hell can make he underneath.
Mhm.
That's the hotspot we're creating
Right.
because and then but beneath he you could play Hex. And
Yeah.
that actually would open up an even more valuable X spot.
But I
Exactly.
think
That
Joey
X
is
spot would be
smart
on the
enough to
triple,
know
not
that
the
if he
double.
slots the E next to the double letter, like there's something going on here.
Yeah, so really you only want to do that if you have a letter that can work with a lot of things with, right?
Mhm.
The T, for instance, makes tax and ticks.
Right.
So that would be a better version of that.
But
So
I misspoke by saying hell. What we should be thinking is what Jeremy has set up of heal, getting rid of the duplication of the E's, leaving LEX, which is a word on its own. So I like that idea of
Right, and
heal,
that
and
also
that
doesn't
wouldn't
give
give
away the
any
fact that
indication that
he
he's
is
setting up the X.
exactly, yeah.
yeah, Annette got the poker intuition there
Yeah.
for sure. Of heal wouldn't expose that much information to
Oh,
Joey.
Yeah, he
so
hasn't playing what
instead he
I would have
plays
gone with.
Lex.
I like that. That's probably what I would have played.
Yeah, that's interesting. Lex does take a lot of front hooks, including the I is the most likely of those since that's the one vowel. And Joey does have an I here. Also plex, flex.
Mhm.
So it definitely does take a lot of front hooks, and Jeremy doesn't have them. That's why I kind of prefer heal there, but I think it's
I
a
also like
stylistic
heal.
preference.
I was gonna say, I think it's a stylistic thing too. I'm not someone who likes to hold on to the power tiles for longer than I have to, unless it's the Z, then I don't mind, but I like to get rid of the J and the X and the Q as soon as possible.
But like Morris had pointed out, it gave an initial spot for the X, and if it was underlapped, it was maybe given an even better spot for the X. So hanging on to that X early seems smart to me because Lex, not only can you hook it, but you can underlap it for a lot of points.
Yeah.
And the HEEL leave is okay, but it's not anything special.
I will say, to be fair, that I've heard from I think Jesse Day is the expert who really has analyzed this before, that the X at the beginning of the game isn't that valuable a tile.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Just because there aren't natural spots where it can go where it can score 30, 40 points, whereas mid and end game that can often be the case.
Yeah.
So the X normally we think of it as a super great tile. At the beginning of the game, in your mental math in your head, you want to deduct a point or two in its value. So I think it's pretty reasonable. And Joey's
People
playing
often exchange the X on the opening rack for that reason. If you have a clunky rack you can't play through, and you'll often throw the X back. Whereas later in the game, often you'll keep it, especially if the specific board has a spot for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Joey made a very reasonable play there of PIU keeping DEET. It will lead to a somewhat awkward position for a lot of racks, just because the U, there aren't that many tiles that go out in front of it, especially now that the X has been played. Only an M and an N go in front of the U, so the bottom left quadrant of the board will be kind of hard to develop for a few turns. We'll see how that unfolds. In the
and
meantime,
also if there are new players to the game, PIU does not take an S.
Yes,
Doesn't take
good
any
points.
back hooks.
Good
So
point.
as Jeremy plays Bell, leaving the as a leave, THE,
That looks pretty
Yeah,
looks
yeah,
reasonable.
yeah. Either that or Bethel is the other option there, but Bethel is a bit
No.
too, yeah, much for my liking. Just because it slots an E right above the double letter
Right.
score.
He could have left off the last L, I guess, if he wanted to play it a bit differently, to set up the L and the T he was holding, and not to give the L to play through, or below an A or an O, and then go towards the triple. But I like the decision here.
Yeah, and we might see another staircase here to some extent. I see that Hex can be played now by Joey instead of Jeremy, and he could play something like Heed here.
Yeah, Heed is sort of the only thing you're seeing. His tiles don't match this board very nicely.
I mean, he could also hook Bell with the E and play something like
true.
Herded.
Yeah, Herded is a really nice option as well. Joey might favor that route, and the reason is right now, if Joey thinks he is the better player, which to be fair, he is higher rated and leading the division, he wants to have it as open of a game as possible, so he can. Right, if he thinks both of them are good, but Joey's more likely to see the big plays, he'll want it to be open. And so I
And
think
that's what
Herded,
he's doing.
yeah, Herded makes a lot of sense if, from Joey's perspective, he thinks he's the favorite in this game.
I missed that back hook, so it's definitely a very nice find by Joey. And Bell, you could put a D at the end. You see a D on Jeremy's rack.
Yeah, so there is the very hefty hutched as an option now through that H in Herded. That would score 34, keeping an I. Seems like a decent option here.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
Assuming he knows that hutch is a word. Like, I think of hutch as a piece of furniture, so...
I mean, you could also play hitched in the same spot, but that leaves a U, which isn't as good.
No, if he knows hutched, he would definitely favor
Yeah, if he does know it,
he
of course, yeah.
Chide set up, which would play parallel to Herded.
Yeah, the coolest play, I think, in a lot of ways, since CHEIT is so synergistic, he could play duplex, throwing open the left side of the board. That would score 18. The leave of CEHIT is really synergistic too, so I think that does have merit. If you want to think of Scrabble as a 3-turn sequence of how many points you score now, how many points your opponent can score, how many points you can score the next turn, that might be netting as much as hutched.
The ITCHE would go really well with the D in duplex, as well as the R in Herded. So there is some thought that. He has shoot set up, which would go on the left side of Herded, which is also reasonable. It scores really well, scores more than duplex for sure. But this is one of those tricky turns. We were talking about it last game. There's a few different ways you can go with it, and the play you make here will really shape the next few plays going forwards.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of pretty decent options here, too. So he's going to go with Chide.
Yeah, that's
a very aggressive move.
I wonder why he's picking Chide over shoot. To get rid of the U would be my first thought, maybe.
Yeah, and I'm thinking also just keeping the C could be fun and just playing hide instead.
That's definitely possible. The C would be the only front hook, at least that I can think of there.
Yeah, I don't see why you would open a triple there. So it's kind of early in the game.
Yeah, in defense of Chide over shoot, so I think a few things. One, it does score more points, 6 more.
Yeah, it does.
And
but
the other thing is
a lot more.
Against Joey, if you play shoot, on the other side you make ER, and 9-letter words are ending ER are definitely in Joey's capability, whereas RE is a lot less common.
Right. I don't know if that's necessarily something I would be worried about. I mean, there is ED here now, so...
yeah, that's fair.
You know.
Joey plays a vowel-less word of CWM, C-W-M. That might look really strange. I recognize that word from John Krakauer's book, Into Thin Air.
Yes.
Something to do with like a mountain pass, I think. It's a Welsh word, I believe. I believe the Welsh use the W as a vowel. And I remember seeing that word come up quite a lot. The only other place I've really seen it. And Jeremy, look at that. I think we saw him draw both blanks in the earlier game, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think that was Clay Daniel.
Oh, that was Clay, excuse me.
Right.
Well, Clay didn't play them both at once. He played Zag for about 54 and then bingoed on a subsequent turn. Jeremy, though, because he doesn't have high scoring tiles, is going to look to bingo. The first place he might look would be from the M and CWM for something like Mutilate that he has set up on his rack.
There's a beautiful play here that's already been mentioned in chat of a bingo down from BE to make a 9.
Yeah, what a great find of Beatitude by the chat, but I think Mutilate, which he's playing now, is also super strong.
Yeah,
now,
of course,
Z
but
will
playing
be a
a
key
9 is
play.
to flex.
Yeah, true. I mean, flexes aside, it scores more. The Z will also be a tile to monitor now. If you notice, the A in Mutilate is right next to a triple letter score, and Za is a word, so you could see a parallel play starting with a Z for a ton of points.
155.
Yes.
So Joey did draw some vowels to help out his rack here. So he has the U with the Q, and he's going to play quare, I believe.
Quatre,
Oh,
maybe?
quattro. He's going to get rid of one more consonant.
Yeah.
Quattro is the French word for four. I believe in Scrabble it's from some sort of a card game. I think that's how it ended up in the dictionary.
Yeah, that was a miss, I think. Burka was available there too. Burka off of Mutilate, making
Oh.
Bots and RE for 37. Uh,
Yeah, that keeps better as well.
yeah, and especially since Joey is down now, he wanted to keep the ED open as a lane. That would have been a really juicy lane for him. So
And it would open a new section of the board for him as well.
Yeah, Quatre
Yes.
really shuts off that top portion of the board with a Q.
So I think, we say Joey plays quickly, and there are definitely advantages to that. Yeah, I think if Joey spent more time on that turn, he would have seen Burka and would have opted to play it if he thought it between the two. I think that was a fast play mistake.
Whereas Jeremy here is in a very poor rack with 6 vowels and one of the worst consonants in the game, the W. He's definitely going to be considering exchanging. He could also play owie as he is set up right now.
Any love for wed underneath Quatre, making all and tell?
Leaving 5 vowels, it's
32
scores
points,
a lot better
though.
than owie, that's for sure.
Yeah, it is a lot of points.
It's a lot of points, and on this board now, after Joey's next turn, you think it would be an opportune time to exchange anyways, just because it will be a pretty close board, and you'd force Joey to have to open.
With the board so close in his lead, maybe he just looks for a way to clog things up. He would love if he could just play a couple tiles between like the bell, sort of the herded and mutilated. If he could shut there, there's really just that floating O, the floating U from, and he's going to exchange 6.
Yeah, I think I like exchanging there
I
over
would have
playing
exchanged
owie.
too, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. With a lead, if you're up 155 to 113, 32 points is a lot of points, and really
you can always
forces
exchange on your next turn, which is
yeah. Like that's the thing. Like after all, and then Berg, it would have been an opportune time to exchange anyways. Whereas now, Joey has basically made it within 15 points. Granted, he did happen to pick up really great letters, so there is something to say for that. But yeah, I think I would have opted for all.
I often tell people, if you can score 30 that turn, like, why not take it? Who knows you're going to exchange into better? You want to consider when is the good time to exchange, because you don't want to be caught having to exchange when there are big juicy spots available. Like I spoke about flexibility of your rack earlier. If you have a very unflexible rack, let's say he drew 2 vowels after the play of wed, the proposed play, and Joey bingoed down, suddenly there could be this big open board that he would want to do something with, and he might have to exchange.
Yeah, one thing I am going to monitor now, given how close the board is 5-letter words ending in Q. Umiak and Trank are both available potentially. Like those will swing the game a lot, just because there'll be 40-plus point plays, and they'll open up 3 new lanes almost definitely, unless a play like Duplex comes and then another play comes up from that. This
is a really frustrating spot for Jeremy.
Yeah. I guess, what other Plex fronts are there? I know Simplex is another one. I guess I'm a math person, so that's...
Suplex, Fourplex, like, I wonder if there's any that hit. Like, I think we have a command in the Twitch chat that can... Oh, Noah's telling me Suplex is no good. Multiplex, that would be great. That would actually hit.
Ooh.
Nice find by Alex Dings.
Apparently, Metroplex is also a word.
Yeah, I for a second thought the M in Mutilate was played with Mutilate, and I thought, wait a minute, should he have played Multiplex there and kept the other blank? But no, the M was already on the board. So.
That would have been nice.
But, Multiplex, so only one M has been played. I wonder if that's something that Joey maybe could think of. I would give him credit to have that in his head if he draws an M. So multiplex maybe could come down. I guess 3 U's have been played also, so that makes it extra difficult. You need both the last M and the last U.
Yeah, metroplex is also a word that could fit there.
Yeah, that's another
I
nice
wonder
one.
if they
Assuming they
know
know it.
Metroplex though.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think either of these players study 9-letter words. Multiplex would seem more common to me than Metroplex.
See, I haven't heard any of them, so I wouldn't know which one was more common.
Yeah, it is impressive. Annette's second language is English.
There's a lot of words that people make fun of me for not knowing.
Yeah, and to be fair, like I was once talking with Josh Sokol, and English is his first language, I think, not French. And he didn't know the word ampersand. I think actually Cesar in the chat gave us the anagram of man spread is
Okay.
ampersand, and he just didn't know it as a word. So I feel like even English speaking first language people don't know common English words, and that didn't mean to harp on Josh specifically.
No, but you do see it with a lot of Scrabble experts who might know these crazy obscure words, but something common from everyday speech comes up and they don't necessarily know it or even how to spell it. Jeremy here, though, is probably going to have to play off one E, and that's what he's going to do. B.
Yeah, he didn't have a lot of places to do that.
His lane for Berg, but
yeah. I mean, where else was he going to play off that? I guess he could have played.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah,
next.
I don't
He
even
could have
know.
played Tell,
I guess.
if you wanted to leave it a bit more
Yeah, that
open.
might have been better.
Yeah, but he picked up the Z with it, so Zetins and Zanius.
Yeah.
And they
oh,
both
wow, look at
play.
this.
But Joey is going to be smart and block based on that last play. Not only did he just play off one tile, but he spent so much time looking for things, probably looking for 9s, that Joey's like, yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, otherwise maybe he would have played something like Largo, keeping SAC.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Now what do you do?
And Joey's going to be really annoyed when Jeremy plays the Z here because he knows that's the one tile he drew. So Zeta might be a play, Zeta to the A in Quatre. That seems
that looks
natural.
pretty good. Sets up a nice E lane too.
Yeah, you could play Za above the A and the R in Cargos as well.
I think Zeta makes a bit more sense. Like Annette pointed out, it gives that E lane. You need a new lane if you're looking to bingo. And it also, where is Joey supposed to score after Zeta comes down unless he himself can bingo to the E? Because Za above Cargos would set up a big scoring spot beneath it if you could hit that double word score. But after Zeta, there's really nothing except for maybe that 5-letter word ending in Q that you suggested.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing about Za is if Joey has a counterplay after that, that will create an S lane, right? So if you play Za above Cargos, that will create a second Za. And so if Joey plays like Zag or Zap underneath, that will create an S lane for Zags. So Zeta is the play here. I think either is fine. It's a stylistic preference, I think, between the two in a lot of ways.
I like Zeta.
I think Zeta is a bit better, especially Jeremy knowing that Joey knows that Jeremy's close to a bingo. I think you have to play Zeta here, and that's what he does. So that's a nice find.
Yeah, I like that you said, Jeremy knows that Joey knows that Jeremy knows. I think there's an episode of Friends like where they say, well, they know that we know that they know that we, and it keeps they keep playing mind games. I mean, that is kind of a poker-like thing in it, right?
Definitely. I love the mind games that are involved in certain Scrabble games. I mean, at club, like a lot of the players that I play with on a regular basis will chat during the games and, banter back and forth, and it makes for really, really fun games.
Jeremy's drawn into Farinas, which is like a cereal grain. If a bingo lane does come open, we know Joey's not going to be looking to open here, but he is down. He plays Navy. It's pretty much the only thing I could have seen him to do.
Yeah, I think that's right. And the M he now has. The M, as we said before, could be a really valuable tile if you see the key multiplex or metroplex and Umiak potentially.
Right.
So the M
also,
could
if you
be
put the M instead of the U there, it would open up emu opportunities. So if Joey's trying to close, even though NU can also take a different animal, GNU, instead of emu, it's not quite as dangerous as opening up for the E.
Yeah, so in this position, the U weirdly is going to be a super powerful tile that Joey would hope for, just because he has MIA. Umiak could be so key. Uh, and Jeremy just plays Fae for 18. It's a pretty standard natural play. Yeah, Ofe is a word, and there are 7 O's still out, I
No,
think.
Ofe was removed.
Oh,
that's
shoot.
no longer
I
there.
No
forgot.
longer worth.
I
He played
forgot.
it
Yeah.
awfully quickly, but you can see Jeremy's down under 10 minutes. Joey once again has put the pressure on his opponent with speed. Jeremy also could have considered Fava to set up a new lane, but he has to think
I'm thinking
that,
he probably wanted to keep one of his ace for the trank in case he drew the T.
yeah,
Yeah, and so he likely will actually get rid of the M here, because if he sees Mikva directly above
Oh,
Fae,
wow.
oh, beautiful.
Mikva, that will be over 40 points, and really what Joey needs here to finally take a lead for the
Yeah,
first
that would be
time
a
in
really
while.
nice find. That is not
he-
a spot you're looking to put a K.
Well, he is actually taking time here, unlike when he missed Burka earlier in the game, and so I think he should find it. Like, it's a play, once you see it, you're just insta-playing
Mhm.
it.
But that KV letter pattern is so
Yeah,
counterintuitive.
it
I
is.
think you definitely can find this, but he hasn't found it yet because, like you said, it would have come down.
Yeah, and I guess one thing to notice is if he already had it set up before the play, that's one thing, right? Because you just have Mikva, and then you realize, oh, he's still giving the Mikva, but for way more points. He didn't set it up before Jeremy played,
Right.
So it's harder to see once you look at the more obstructed board.
If he doesn't see Mikva, what other options are you seeing here?
Not much.
Yeah, not
No.
much.
That
So-
might give him more of a chance to find it. Sometimes if you have a play that's slightly lesser, you'll see that one quicker, and then you won't take the extra time to find Mikva. Whereas here, if every other play is so much less appealing, he might have to spend a few extra minutes, and maybe eventually he realizes,
Ooh,
oh,
he
look
finds
what I
another
have.
He
nice
ends
play.
up going
Nope.
for the second
He-
highest point scoring play here.
Yeah, he found exec as a nice insertion, but
Yeah.
uh,
That
won't-
leave is not fun.
well, it keeps MIA. Keep in mind for Umiak, so
That's true.
maybe it could be that he already sees Umiak, and we saw this before yesterday, where a player had a bit of tunnel vision towards a specific spot on the board. Now,
Yeah,
I think it's
I think
more
we've all
granted.
been there trying to fish for something.
Yeah.
I think it's granted, though, in this case, given how limited the board is. And actually, even if Jeremy does have bingos to the E. I think, right, the last tile there is a... Oh, no, it's a Y, not a T. Excuse me. I misread that. I was going to say those bingos still preserve the possibility of Umiak, but never mind.
But also remember, 3 U's have been played, so you don't really want to be fishing for just one tile.
Right.
It's something to keep in mind. It's a consideration, but it's not that likely just based on the probability. As Jeremy drops YE, leaving Reigns as a leave.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if he's looking at Trank also, although... like, maybe they both have just thought the board isn't going to open up for bingos, so I might as well keep letters that are both good for bingoing, but also good for the potential big scoring spot of the board.
There's also only one G left for that GNU spot that I pointed out earlier.
Yeah.
Jeremy just drew 2 O's, which isn't going to help him, and Joey has 2 I's, so the duplications are hurting both these players' racks.
Yeah, this is a tough one, though. After K, he did give himself KO as a hook. Although now I'm nervous about these 4-letter words with O
No,
extensions.
KO is still in the dictionary.
KO is in the
Yeah,
dictionary.
KO is good still.
Okay.
I mean, looking at Joey's rack, I would
Okay is
probably
also in
play
the
something
dictionary.
like Fit here, maybe, still keeping the Yumiak open with breath.
Yeah, I think Fid makes a lot of sense. He could play Diplex also.
Yeah, but
Okay, he goes
I
for
don't think
Fib.
with his leave he's going to necessarily want to do that on this turn at least.
Yeah, and given how Jeremy's been playing short,
Yeah, he probably
should
thinks Jeremy's
assume
closer to a bingo than he actually is. That
exactly.
0-0 draw can really mess with your inferences of your opponent's rack.
Yeah, but it's a 3-point game, and it's nearing the end. I mean, this is a duel of a game, and we've seen open board games. This is a grinder.
Right. And Avion comes down quickly. Jeremy definitely has noticed that his clock's running down. We've seen the last couple turns him playing a lot quicker. And that takes out any sort of a bingo lane. Although I guess
Oh, and it does look like
potentially
Joey drew
beneath
into the
ref,
U
you
here.
could still sort of fit
Oh.
the bingo there.
Oh
misses
no,
Umiak.
he misses Umiak.
Oh, that's sad. I would think after keeping those letters for so many turns, that's what he was going for, but...
Yeah.
But if you're going to miss Umiak, unmute is
Yeah,
a very
unmute
nice
is still a
find.
really nice play, but... it would have been so fun to see, though.
It's a pretty... but, like, I feel like that's as bad as missing a bingo in most situations. Just because on this board, there's such limited scoring. And, like, the E and unmute, if you think Jeremy's holding good tiles,
Yeah.
it really is a juicy lane. Yeah, I mean, it's... You obviously stream... we always say it's really hard to play on stream, but I just feel like Joey's playing really fast right now.
Very fast.
Yeah,
like,
he has
these
so
are...
much time. He might as well use some of it.
And I think the reason why I'm sighing is because Joey can find these plays. Like, Joey is that good, and Joey, like, we've seen him make really strong plays, play after play. But yeah, just you know, once you start playing fast, you need to make sure that you're giving your right. It's tempting to fast play the other player, but you don't want to play so fast that then you start inducing your own mistakes.
But we've noticed Joey's mistakes from playing fast. What's harder to see is if Jeremy would have found something better if he had a bit more time on certain turns, right? Like, he's played his last 3 or 4 turns very fast. He wants to leave himself time for the end game. The worst thing, the time in Scrabble when you need the most time is at the end of the game, as Joey plays basically instantly. This game is moving at a breakneck pace. So, that S hook could come up big. Jeremy now has an S. He also has the J, but it doesn't look like any word is going to quite get there.
Yeah, that's it's interesting. I mean,
Joey did draw into a pretty decent play there with the S. If it's left open.
Jeremy's grabbing the J-O as if to suggest he might play just
Jog?
or is there a better J-O play somewhere? Jog to take out that spot a bit?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Again, he'd like to have more time to think here, which is part of Joey's strategy of getting him so low on clock.
Yeah, I mean, Arioso would be a kind of nice idea. If we look at the pool, there definitely are a lot of tiles that are repeated on on Jeremy's rack in the pool. Right, there are some O's, there are some I's. So Arioso to just clear it out underneath.
But the J doesn't leave you a lot of flexibility going into the end game. That's not the sort of tile you really want to be bringing with you.
Yeah, fair.
But it does score nicely, and
13.
Jiao. Okay, that's better than Jog or Joe.
286.
I like the idea to dump the J there for sure.
Oh, Joey's playing Ophase.
Oh,
I think this is gonna get challenged off. I believe in you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I think that's...
Damn.
Yeah, quickly.
Wow,
it's so easy to keep the dictionary straight sometimes.
Yeah, and I think Joey, like...
I think Joey he tried to fast play him.
Yeah, I think after seeing Jiao, you have to assume your opponent knows that Ophé isn't good.
True.
Right. Jiao, like, otherwise he would have played JIAO there last turn, for instance.
Or just Jo. It scores
or-
more there, and it takes out a lane if you think that's a word, right?
Right. So
Oh,
yeah,
that is a huge swing here.
Oh, Jeremy's clock is still running. Is that from our end or?
82 to.
no, I don't think
Hopefully
so.
he
I
didn't
think
forget to hit it.
Yeah.
yeah,
I don't think so. I think, especially by now, I think one of them would have noticed.
Yeah, I think Joey
It looks like
just
it's
hit the
pasta.
clock very quickly. So wow, what a
Oh,
swing! And
oh, okay.
yeah, this is
Very good.
this. It's still going to be a close game, to be fair. I mean, Zhao didn't score that many points last turn, but this does give Jeremy the ability to shape the end game.
And Joey could have played Visa and Orgs.
Yeah.
So, very
And now
surprising.
Jeremy knows a lot
I
of
thought
Joey's
it was an
strat.
intentional phony by Joey, but I didn't have a time
No,
to
I
look for
don't.
possible
I
plays
don't
for
think
him.
it was.
I think it wasn't intentional at all.
I
Yeah,
think he
no.
just forgot that he was playing with this dictionary.
Like, even more so than just not having the word, you have to assume, if you're Joey, that Jeremy
yeah.
knows after Zhao that Ofe isn't good. So he wouldn't be intentional there, knowing that information.
No, and that's a costly phony by Joey. Because now he goes down. Do we have the updated score?
It just
309 to
updated.
282, so that's 27 points. And 27 points on some boards isn't that much. On this specific board, 27 points pretty much means you're going to have to hit a bingo to catch up most of the time. There just aren't many scoring spots available.
Well, he now might have to hope there's an R in the bag to go for Trank, right?
Yeah, or maybe a bingo, to the E and Zeta
yeah.
if he can.
Right. Yeah, that might be more natural.
Yeah, it's really tough to open up anything else too.
Yeah, like where could he? Did any
mean,
of
he
those
could play like
flex
Via
front
or the
extensions play? I don't think so. He could play Via and Fa.
Yeah.
But then what he would want to do is look through STON and see, is that going to hit bingos to the E?
Right.
I
mean, the nice thing about
Joey play
doing
really
that, though, a lot of
fast.
the time is that if you do play VIA and Jeremy tries to block, he'll probably open another lane to bingo down to if he plays a 4-letter word.
Right. I actually think Jeremy's closer to Trank just by virtue of there being 2 T's unseen.
From
no, I
his
think there's only
perspective.
one T unseen.
No, from
from his,
From his
Joey's
perspective.
perspective.
Right,
So
of course.
from Jeremy's perspective, I believe there's 3 T's unseen.
Are
No,
there?
I think that would be
There's
2.
only 2.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
no, I'm counting them now. There's 4 T's on the board, so 2 unseen. Like Joey could just play something beneath Fido to score a few points, but because he's down, I don't think he's necessarily going to want to do that. He really wants to get a second lane open if possible.
Yeah, it's a tough position. I mean, really, you need to extend at this point a word, right? So if there's any extension to Plex he has, for instance, he might be able to create a lane that way. But it's a
Yeah, it
tough
looks like
spot.
he's thinking about playing Ova in that
A
same
few people
spot.
in the chat are suggesting just playing off an O to fish for sanative, but I wouldn't want to play off one tile to fish right now just because it would really
There's only
telegraph
one
that
place,
that's what you're
exactly.
doing, and there's
Yeah.
only one spot for Jeremy to block.
Yeah,
So
it would be
Ova
pretty
looks,
easy to block that.
Ova looks like a better version of my suggestion of Via.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so
I think Ova looks like a strong play.
yeah,
Because
Ova.
now he has the TION extension to end in
Right.
there if it doesn't get blocked, which I mean it probably will, but that's a good
Most
lead
likely,
to
but
bingo
it's
to an E
still
though.
SINT could work towards the E,
Yeah.
or if Jeremy tries to score anything through the O, it might open up another lane, like unless he just plays 2 letters.
Right.
Yeah, and apologies. I think the score is updating right now, but the tiles in the bag aren't. Just an issue we'll sort out in advance of the afternoon. So I think I just noticed the tile bag isn't updating, unfortunately. I'll post some of the tiles in the chat, though.
Jeremy has a pretty ugly rack here, all 1-pointers, duplicate I's and N's. He could clear up the duplicates just by playing Ion for 9 points, but ideally he'd like to score more than that, but that really does close things on Joey too. But you could also get outrun here. If you don't score enough, Joey could start scoring, and despite him not having a big bingo lane that we've been worried about, you can still lose the game.
So from Jeremy's perspective here, is there one tile left in the bag?
Yeah, so there's one tile left in the bag, which is a T.
So he's probably trying to figure out if there are any bingos to any of those spots and which ones he needs to block.
It looks like he's thinking of setting up Inyon, I-N-I-O-N, which would give Joey a bingo out to win. So that would not work out well for him. What he wants to do here is, like, he doesn't have a lot of time, but he wants to see what potential 7-letter bingos there could be. And one he might see is this obscure word of Pontils, P-O-N-T-I-L-S, which is what's sitting on Joey's rack right now.
Yeah, is that the only one of these? I'm trying to think. That might be the only bingo there.
Spotlit, I also see as a
Spotlit,
possibility.
nice. Yeah.
So there are a couple. So I would be very scared to open up a 7 lane, as we call it, a place to put down a 7-letter bingo. Unfortunately for Jeremy, he is low on clock. So once again, we were criticizing Joey for playing a bit too fast.
Yeah, it might work in his favor this time.
Potentially, it might work out really well for him here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do in his spot here.
So yeah, you need to see the 7s. Oh no.
Yeah.
He's playing Indian.
18.
He's just hoping that Joey doesn't have a bingo. I mean, this probably does win all the time. Joey
There's
doesn't
no
have a
E's
bingo.
left in the bag, so Noah Slackoff points out Ronion, R-O-N-I-O-N, and that's going to win every time. So if he had more time, maybe he's able to find that. Unfortunately, Joey's going to waste no time and cruise to victory here.
Yeah, so what an ending, man. I mean, it was such a tough game in a lot of ways too. Jeremy had to think positionally for so many turns in a row that exhaustion could add up pretty quickly.
And also, he was so low on time too.
Yeah, like Joey cost himself on a couple turns playing fast, but it really led to the win at the end too.
Yeah.
I think if Jeremy had had a bit more time, he would have seen that there were bingos like Pontils and Spotlit. He would have made sure not to open up such a lane, and the T was in the bag, which was that Trank play we had talked about so many times.
Yeah, so yeah, I think Ion would have even won it, maybe.
Yeah, just Ion was probably enough there, knowing what Joey had. Jeremy wants to play off a few there ideally because he wants tempo going into the end game so that he can probably go out on the next turn, which is maybe why he played a bit longer. But by opening that 7-letter bingo lane, it just allowed him to get hit by Pontils or also Spotlit that I saw, and perhaps there was even another.
Yeah, so wow, what an ending. I mean, sometimes though, when you like to win a nationals, you need your opponent to give you a win when it wasn't there. Right. Often,
yeah, you need to get lucky in that sense, I think.
But
at least
it's
in a
more
couple
than just
games.
luck, because Ova was like a great play. The three of us were all sitting here with engines and stuff, and Joey found it before we came across it. So hats off to Joey. I thought, despite rushing a couple turns, he also made quite a few great plays.
Yeah, I feel like this was a very well played game overall.
Yeah, it's you always feel bad after you made so many good plays to like make one mistake and it be so costly, but that's sometimes Scrabble.
Yeah, it
one
happens.
mistake
I think we've all been there.
And one good play can kill you. Sometimes you're punished for the play that you make that's the right play. Scrabble can be very brutal like that.
Yeah.
As we see another Toronto player, Roger Cullman, show up just sitting after the game and chatting with Joey. Roger's also quite a photographer in his own right. And so some of the pictures that you can see, I'll put that command back in the chat for you. You can check it out on Instagram or on Instagram at the NASPA _ Scrabble page. I'll put the command into the chat for you.
And
That guy is Roger, WTF.
No.
And we'll also put the live coverage page, which
You're a photographer.
you can see even more photos from the tournament as a part of
And
that.
Ori won
we
his
are
last
now
game,
going-
so he remains just 1 game back. Michael and Clay remain just 2 games back, and I'm sure a couple of the other 11 and 6 players will also remain 2 games back once their games finish.
Yeah, but for now we will take a break. Jared will actually be stepping out of the commentary booth for Chloe Fatsis, who I think we've mentioned a few times in the afternoon. But we should continue to see a lot of great games as we inch towards the end of the first 3 days of the the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship.
Brought to us by NASPA Go. And thank you very much to Morris, to Annette, the people behind the scenes, and congratulations to Joey for being in first place at the moment. But like you said, there's a lot of Scrabble to come, and I'm excited, as I'm sure all of you are, to continue watching.
Yep, thanks for joining us, Jared. Always a good time.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Yeah, you too.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to round 19 of the 2022 Scrabble Players Championship. I'm Morris Greenberg, and I'm here with Annette Oberstad, and for the first time joined by Chloe Fathis as well.
Welcome, Chloe.
Hey, thank you. It's great to be here.
We're happy to have you.
Yeah, I bet I've seen a lot of love for Matt Canick in the chat. I basically think the trend is basically everyone loves all the commentators except me. But enough about me. Ori, Swift, and Michael Fagan are going to be playing this round on camera. Ori's been close to the top of the standings for most of this tournament. For those not familiar with Ori, he's a super tactical player. He's, I think, before the tournament started, he was the 2 seed, but also the second highest player rated in North America after Will Anderson. And just always the type of player in contention at these tournaments.
I'm really excited to watch Ori play because I don't know anything about his game other than he's a really good player.
Yeah, me too. I'm very excited to see them play.
Yeah, and Michael, obviously, we've seen a few times on stream. The book with Michael is really good at finding plays and such. His one weakness, which we saw a few times now, is that he is very trusting of his opponents. He will let a phone or two stay. We saw Torquay without the E. The weird-looking Q-U-Y stayed on the board. So that is something to monitor. And Ori is the type of player who, if he knows about that kind of advantage, will strategically, I think, try to cash in on that.
I mean, to be fair, that sounds like me. I am terrible at challenging plays unless I'm absolutely sure, because I don't know all the words, so I assume that my opponents just know something I don't.
Yeah, no, it's very hard to find that confidence, and it takes years of playing and developing your word knowledge to be sure of a word to challenge it.
Right.
Often.
I feel like the only way I can challenge is if I actually know that there's a word in that rack and it's not that one.
Yeah, and the frustrating thing is, at some point, you study more words, and words that you knew at one point start slipping from your mind.
Yeah.
And you start challenging
kind of
valid words, and it's the worst.
Yeah.
Or you challenge a word that's like a common word, but you misread it, right? You read resting as re-sting or something like that.
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've all been there.
Sorry.
Yeah, and I see in the chat someone wrote clicky inverting the E and the U, so that maybe happened in the game. I think if you talk to any Scrabble player, they have their horror stories about just how they blew a game, how they inverted letters, how they challenged at the wrong time, how they played the phony. We like to bring up our past mistakes for whatever reason.
I did that accidentally in a game in, I think it was Chicago. I meant to play bloaters, and I put on SR instead of RS, and I hit my clock, and I go, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Yeah. Transposing tiles, one of the worst feelings.
Yeah, you gotta pay attention. You gotta watch your tiles and watch it before you hit your clock.
Yeah. And one other thing I forgot to mention about Ori, so we talked about how poker and Scrabble overlap with people like Annette. Ori actually is also a really good Magic the Gathering player. I think he was briefly sponsored by a group that, like, one of the Magic sponsors. Really good Magic player too. And I think for players that play both Scrabble and another game, you often see strategies from that other game kind of be infused in their style in Scrabble. And I think Ori's definitely someone who is very good at quickly analyzing how his letters can be advantageous on a board, and maybe we'll see that here as he draws into Notepad.
Right, yeah, that is an amazing first draw, and he will waste no time in playing that.
Yeah, so the question is, will he play Notepad, doubling the P, but putting it one spot before a triple to pluralize into Notepads for a ton of points, or do something safer like what Ori said?
I think the only person who would do that would be Josh.
Shout out to Josh Sokol, I believe. Not one of the many other Joshes in the community.
Always goes for the content play.
Yeah, no, I think Ori's placement makes a lot of sense. And it's also worth noting he didn't even choose to double the D tile because that would have allowed underlaps that with vowels under and above the double letter score letters.
Right, and he also
so better
decided to put
conductor
the
is
P. He also put the P in the double lane instead of the T, which I think makes it a lot harder to double.
Yeah, and
Yeah, for sure.
newer players who are wondering how we're doing all these calculations so quick, just think about Ori's play scored 72 points. The highest scoring version that's super risky scores 76 points. If you think your opponent can score more than 4 points extra by moving one spot over Notepad, it's probably not worth it to take those extra 4 points. And that's, I think, kind of the calculation all these best Scrabble players you're seeing on stream are doing. It's just, okay, this play scores this many more points. How much better will my opponent score? How much better will I score in future turns based on when I'm leaving? Those are the sorts of costs and benefits we're all weighing throughout a game.
Yep.
And one other thing about Notepad, just you might play Notepad one spot before the triple if you think you're the underdog in a game. If you think you're worse than your opponent, you might say, you know what, I want the easy chance of if I draw an S right away, I'll have an even bigger advantage. And the fact that Ori doesn't play that should say, okay, he's pretty confident in his abilities here.
Yeah, that is a good point. But I also feel like, especially in the top division, I mean, how big is really the gap between the top players? Like, do you feel like anyone is so bad that they should be considering like playing such high variance?
I don't know. It depends. Like, I think I would consider it against Nigel, for instance.
Right. It would be one thing if I played up and I played in Division 1, then I should probably be doing it every single time.
Yeah.
Right, because it leads to these really interesting situations where they have to decide how much they want to sacrifice to block the spot. Yeah, for Michael, he has no bingos with this rack, which looks slightly promising. But yeah, he has phobia setup, which looks like a pretty good option from the P of Notepad.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Scoring some points.
Leaving the board open.
Yeah, and he's placing it down now. So Phobia will come down for 26 to start, trying to claw back from a 72-point deficit to start the game.
Yeah, I think that after an opening bingo, you certainly don't want to be making any over or underlapping plays to, the first word that came down because you want to keep the board as open as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
And so Ori has picked up, it's a pretty nice leave he got, drawing 7 random tiles. He has some synergy. He also has some good scoring tiles in the K and the F.
And he already finds his best scoring play.
Yeah, Kef gets rid of the 2 hefty tiles and scores 40 in the process. Sign me up for that.
And he's keeping a pretty good leave there of INGS as well. It's interesting.
Yeah, that is an amazing lead.
A lot of the time you would want to keep the E instead of the I and just play KIF there, but because his other letters are NGS, it seemed better to keep those together.
Yep.
In the meantime, Michael has drawn into his own bingo. He doesn't have it set up yet, but to the O in Notepad, he does have Trecento.
I've missed that word so many times.
I think he played Duacento also. I think he played Duacento earlier on the tournament. So,
man.
Wow,
so
and here he goes playing it.
So Trecento, Duacento, I think Scicento, Seicento is another word.
Yeah, he's got to get them all.
Nice fight there.
He's got to get all the Cento words. So he plays it, though. We know what he's been studying, though. So that will make it basically a tie game. And now Ori drew an E at least, which pairs nicely with SING that he kept. But the second G and a P...
Yeah, that's second G.
Yeah, that's
not good synergy.
Yeah, so what would y'all look to do here?
Yeah, I would look for a fishing play here. Playing off the P and the G would probably be my priority. Something like pig at L... What is that? L... I can't read. On top of Notepad and setting up an S hook as well for pigs. Yeah, I think that seems like a pretty solid play. Or just peg even.
Peg,
yeah, peg probably slightly better.
Yeah, so peg through the first E in Trecento would score 11 points. Just EGINST is so strong, and especially with the T slotted in the top middle position of where Trecento is, you can get an IEST word and like 2 letters before NGIEST. There are a bunch of words that fit that pattern. So, but
Looks like
Ori's
he's
actually
deciding just
playing
to score
longer.
here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
I
That
know.
seems totally fine too.
Yeah, I know Marlon in the chat a few days ago said ING is a trap.
Yeah.
Ori's avoiding that trap, it looks like.
Yeah, I think it depends on the board.
Yeah,
I
and
think
when
when
the
you're first
scores-
getting
oh.
into the game, you might be overvaluing stuff like ING. But when you have a lot of lanes to play through, it might be better to keep something like that.
Yeah, and Michael does have another bingo. He could play aniline off of the N in Notepad, making the 2-letter word NE as well. He has that lined up, and I think he's about to put it down.
Yep.
But they are moving through this game fast. I mean, there's already been 3 bingos played. They've taken less than 5 minutes each. We could see a deep end game, think, if it gets close at the end.
I feel like the fact that Michael played that word so quickly shows just how strong his word knowledge is, because he knew already that there weren't any bingos through any of the floaters in Trecento.
Yeah, that's true.
It would take me a few minutes to make sure.
Yeah, me too. I definitely would not have been able to play it that fast.
And yeah, Ori drawing the Q and the U, which will work nicely with the A that Michael just opened up. He can play something like quota, getting rid of one of his O's, getting rid of the Q and U, scoring 42 points. Seems pretty solid.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems solid. He does have Shuk right now set up on his rack. I'm guessing that's going to go parallel to Pig, making up and QI as well. That will score a few more, but I think we would all, it seems like, gravitate towards keeping the S and also closing down the A spot, which is pretty juicy.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, even at his deficit, you might think that you want to keep all those, keep the A open and hope for, a bigger play there. It's just so likely that Michael will play their next turn and take out that spot anyway, and it's such a dangerous scoring spot that it seems best to take it out now.
Yeah, I mean, quota scores enough that it pretty much ties up the game.
Yeah, and the chat also points out that the front extension of non-quota is in play for Ori. That doesn't quite go to the triple, and I think already 4 ends have been played, or I guess including what Ori has. So, yeah, those will be, it'll be hard to get, but he does elect quota, which I think we all approve, and that will basically tie the game, from that said.
So we
and
see
Michael
a J draw here.
Heavy,
It's tough to know what to get rid of first in this spot.
Yeah, I think I would look for a play that gets rid of the J first.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think the X is a bit more powerful.
The X is easier to score with too.
The spot on the left side of Pig where you can play the X, that's pretty tempting. Making XI and a parallel play.
Yeah.
Something like OX. Yeah.
Yeah, one other option is if Michael wants to prioritize bingoing sooner rather than scoring for both the J and the X in 2 separate turns, is you could play Jinx through the N in Trecento. I tend to be the type of person to automatically want to milk the most out of each of those tiles. But...
See, I think I would prefer something like Jig here maybe to the G in Pigged. That does still set up a nice XI spot.
Yeah,
it gets rid of one of the I's.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, would you prefer that, or would you prefer Jin for a few more points off of the N in Trecento?
I kind of like Jig just because it does leave that XI spot open, which you don't really otherwise have.
Yeah, and to expand upon that a bit, I think as he plays Ox actually, and he could draw into an O here to get Oxo and Jog, to be fair, based on that.
That's true, but now he's keeping 2 I's.
Yeah.
Which is super fun.
In, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd probably prefer Ox. I think it's just a bit too much of a sacrifice in scoring when the XI spot isn't going to score like a dramatic, it's going to score less than OX. and Jig is only scoring 22. So over 2 turns, I think the score would be a little bit less than Ox and keeping Jin or possibly drawing into something better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely close though.
Yeah, and so Ori drew into a bunch of consonants, and it looks like he has clogs, I'm guessing, aligned on his rack to make that OXO hook through the G in Pig. That's a really solid idea, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We've
Yeah, that
talked
looks
a
pretty
bit.
good.
We've talked a bit before about do you play off an S when you have a second S, and especially when you have so many consonants, it makes sense to just get through as many of them as possible. I will note that.
36.
Yeah, I'll note that as the board is starting to take shape, the S will have a few different bingo lanes. Phobia won't be blocked that often, so
Mhm.
you can likely make
Yeah.
phobias. And Notepad won't be blocked that often either, so you can probably start or end bingos with S's. So
Yeah, I
We'll
think
see.
giving
I was
away the
gonna say
fact
the
that you
S is
have an
pretty
S here isn't
powerful.
that. Yeah. But I don't think it makes that big
it's
of a
pretty powerful
difference.
here. Yeah,
Like, your
I might have
opponent's not
held
gonna
on
do
to it. I
much.
really like S's.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it also, yes, it's a trade-off.
Mm-hmm. So I would definitely look to get rid of my J here. He's looking to play Jig, it looks like. Oh, Jin, I mean.
Jen,
Which seems pretty good.
Right.
and the
Yeah,
really
and
pretty
keeping the G to hook onto it. Yeah.
yeah, and there's a really pretty play
what were you gonna
of
say?
J Didic to the C
Oh,
in crescendo
wow.
as well.
That's pretty
Very
fun.
nice.
But Jin also
Yeah, I think I might do that.
Yeah, Jin does take the D in front as well, which Michael's holding, so I think that might even be a better play anyways. And one other D has been played already, so, he is fairly likely to hit it.
Yeah, he does see the play of J Didic, though, which is kind of cool. Even if he
Yeah.
doesn't play it.
Yeah, it's a flex for camera for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll see what else comes of this. The chat also suggested Jokey as a possibility through the OK. A nice little insertion play that scores as much as J Didic, but it does keep 2 eyes, and especially where Aniline has 2 eyes already to play through, we probably want to start disposing of at least one of them.
Yeah, I agree. I really hate keeping double eyes.
Yeah, I feel like every player, you talk to them, and there are certain letter combinations that make their skin crawl a bit. The double I think there are a few players that's definitely a thing for.
Yeah, I'm for sure one
there
of
are
them.
only 3. Yeah, there's only 3 eyes left, so it's not quite as bad as in some other situations, but it's still definitely very it makes your leave very unflexible.
Yeah, and another funny idea from the chat, to go for quotability if you're Michael here.
Wow.
This is why we love having the chat here. If you just play Jade, right, to the E, keeping ITIY, and just draw BL, yeah, good job. You win at Scrabble.
That would be so fun.
Yeah, we did see an extension down to that triple earlier. Vigil was extended to Vigilance earlier today. So, it's not out of the question, but quota to quotability is a whole other, right, a 6-tile extension, a whole different type of play. And he plays
that's
Jin.
a long word. What is the longest word you've ever seen in a game, Morris? Or both of you?
So I feel like the one I'm going to say is kind of cheating. Manning was on the board, and I